എനിക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഞാൻ ഇന്ന് പറ്റുമോ നാല് ഗ്ലാസ് ഇടണം. 2 ഗ്ലാസ് ഇടിയും കുടിക്കും. അപ്പൊ വിഷം വരത്തില്ല. 2 ഗ്ലാസ് ഞാനും കുടിക്കും. ഇന്നലെയാണ് ഞാൻ എത്ര അവാർഡ് ഇരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ പിന്നെ
Welcome to the International Conference on Education 5.0, an all encompassing exploration of cutting edge approaches in education. Embracing new technologies, Education 5.0 strives for more humanized teaching, placing a profound emphasis on student social and emotional development. This transformative paradigm not only addresses the challenges of our age, but also offers solutions that resonate globally, improving life in society. As we convene, let us collectively reflect on the revolutionary changes that have reshaped educational systems worldwide. Education 5.0 serves as a mirror to the future of education, navigating the complex landscape of the age of machines with the ultimate goal of rehumanizing the learning experience. Join us in the comparative discourse, unraveling the diverse phases of Education 5.0 that shape the landscape of modern education.
Here, we are beginning the inaugural session and we request all to join in the session. We request Dr. Mariama Matthew, Principal, Pete Memorial Training College, for the welcome speech.
Welcome once again to the wonderful morning, 18th of January 2024. Today is the beginning of the 22nd annual convention of CTEF Kerala and the 3 days international conference on education 5.0, organized by Pete Memorial Training College Mavelikara and Council for Teacher Education Foundation Kerala in collaboration with Council for Educational Administration and Management. We have uh, finished the flag hoisting ceremony a few minutes back, and it was done by the patron of CTF Kerala, Dr. Grace Annie Matthews, the former principal of Pete Memorial Training College. Today is a wonderful day, as I have already mentioned, because it is a much awaited dream of our institution to host an international conference where delegates from far and wide, from other countries, join this venture to make the whole system of education effective and fruitful. And as far as our country is concerned, we are facing a drastic change in the education system. And as all of you know, the National Education Policy 2020 is in its process. And about 60% of the country's institutions have started the new type of teacher education program. And in our state also, a few institutions have started this program. And we are on the verge of starting the integrated teacher education program, which is a big change, and it is a part of the National Education Policy 2020. And a lot of sub-themes are included in this international conference. And as we know, uh, majority of the paper presenters are trying to bring about some outcomes which will be beneficial for the implementation of the new teacher education program and also NEP 2020 as a whole. So let this conference and the annual convention of CTF become uh, beneficial for the student community as a whole and the society also. And we know that a lot of what is called the outcomes from this conference will help to bring about some important some important decisions by the policy holders, by the government, to implement it in its fullest sense. So let me come to my role, that is in welcoming all those who are gathered in the offline and in the online platform also. And we know we have come to a blended mode since the COVID pandemic situation. And what is the benefits of the blended mode is that we can bring about lot of participants from different parts of the country and different parts of the world, and we can get lot of what is called um, important points from them. That is, they have got their vision and they have got their mission. And all those who are part of some educational institution can highlight their vision and mission. And that will be beneficial for all listeners who are in the blended mode. So that is what are the benefits of the blended mode. So we have opted one day as the blended mode and the other 2 days in the offline mode. So I'm wishing all success from my part for this international conference. And it is with great honor and respect to welcome the patron of Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Dr. Grace Annie Matthews. She was the president of CTEF in the last hitch, and she did a wonderful job in CTEF by organizing and planning a lot of activities. And we have that CTEF Kerala has done a lot of things in the form of publications, in the form of activities, programs, and all. And we have raised a voice on NEP and ITEP to the central government and all via important persons. So it was Dr. Grace Annie Matthews who took the charge of all these activities. And now she is the patron of CTEF Kerala, and she is present here. She has done the flag hoisting ceremony, and I, on behalf of all present here, welcome Dr. Grace Annie Matthews to this function. It is with great honor and privilege to welcome the chairperson of CTEF, none other than Dr. M.S. Geeta. Such a dynamic personality who is always with us from the planning to its what is called to in all stages. And she always through phone calls and through WhatsApp calls, and we had some meetings in between also, online and offline. And she was giving all important instructions and information regarding this conference and also all the activities of CTEF. And we have got a dynamic leader who is leading the CTEF Kerala, and that is Dr. M.S. Geeta. And I, on behalf of all present here, extend a warm welcome to Dr. M.S. Geeta.
Thank you, Professor Mariamma. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have with us to give a message through the online mode, who is the National President of CTEF, Dr. K.M. Bhandarkar, and he has been with us for long years and giving a lot of valuable information through his great vision and mission. So I, on behalf of all present here, extend a warm welcome to Dr. K.M. Bhandarkar, sir. And also, we have with us the International Secretary of CTEF, Professor Neelima Bhagavati, who is also a great personality with great vision. And I have heard a lot of messages in the offline mode of Professor Neelima Bhagavati. And she has got such a great vision that to revamp the whole education system of our country. So it is these personalities who give a lot of ideas to the younger generation and to the new generation. So I, on behalf of all present here, extend a warm welcome to Professor Neelima Bhagavati to this program. And also we have with us to give the message the chairman of CTEF South Zone, Dr. K.Y. Benedict, who was the former president, former principal of Mount Tabor Training College, Marthiophilis Training College, Thiruvananthapuram. And he is now the principal at a reputed college in Kozhikode. And he has also led the CTEF in wonderful ways with a lot of ideas and innovative ideas, especially to mention. And I, on behalf of all present here, welcome Dr. K.Y. Benedict, sir. And also we have the dynamic organizing secretary of the CTEF Kerala, that is Dr. Pramod Dinagar. And he, along with all present here, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Pramod Dinagar also. And I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Annie Paul, who is here, who was the former principal of Pete Memorial Training College. She was teaching for long years, a wonderful teacher with a loving heart. And she will be here for all programs which we invite, and she is here at the right time. And I, on behalf of all present here, extend a warm welcome to respected Annie Paul teacher. And we are conducting a small program in between, and that is in commemoration of the late Professor Verghis Chandy, who was the former principal of Pete Memorial Training College. And he was teaching at this college for long years, a loving soul and a kind-hearted person. And he and his family members has given us an opportunity to conduct Professor Verghis Chandy Memorial Lecture every year. And today we are conducting the same along with this international conference so that lot of people, none other than not only our students, but also people from far and wide can hear the lecture. So we have invited Professor Anna Verghis teacher, who is the wife of Professor Verghis Chandy sir. And she was the former HOD Department of English, Bishop Moore College, Mavelikara. She is present here, and I, on behalf of all present here, extend a warm welcome to Professor Anna Verghis teacher. And we have with us former principal of Titus II Teachers College, Tiruvalla, Dr. T.K. Matthews, sir, who is again a very much a very important personality in Council of Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala. And he is here at the right time. And on behalf of all present here, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. T.K. Matthews, sir. And we have again with us Dr. Sam V. Daniel, who is the former principal, Mount Tabor Training College, Pathanapuram. And now he is in charge of the, he is the faculty of the MEd department of Titus Second Teachers College, Tiruvalla. And he is also an important personality, an important member of CTEF Kerala. And I, on behalf of all present here, extend a warm welcome to Dr. Sam V. Daniel, sir. Alumni Association is the backbone of all institutions, and we have a strong alumni association with us. And we have the vice president of the Alumni Association, Sri Koshi John sir, who is with us in all times in the online and offline mode. And he gives a lot of instructions and informations and ideas in his innovative ways. And I, on behalf of all present here, extend a warm welcome to Koshi John sir. And also we have all delegates in the online mode. I can see almost 50, more than 50 people in this online mode, and all delegates, paper presenters, panelists, moderators, and all present in this online mode. And I extend a warm welcome to all those who are present here. And a special welcome to Anita Pawar, who is here. She has come over from Pune yesterday morning, and she visited our institution yesterday to see all arrangements. And today she is very much here in the offline mode. And I extend a warm welcome to Anita ma'am also. And extend a warm welcome to all my dear colleagues. Without them, this international conference would not be possible because they were toiling for months and hours to make this international conference and the annual convention to become fruitful. And they were divided into different teams along with dearest students. They were planning and trying to execute it in the most wonderful manner possible. So from the bottom of my heart, I extend a warm welcome to all my dear and loving teachers and all my dear students too, who are present in both the online and the offline mode. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful time these 3 days. Let some important decisions come up, and all the issues being raised, and a possibility and final decision will come up so that we can make this international conference the most fruitful and the relevant one in the history of Pete Memorial Training College and in the history of CTEF Kerala and in the history of Council for Education and Administration and Management. Have a wonderful time ahead. Thank you. Thank you once again. And with all best wishes, I am closing this welcome speech. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, we may request Dr. M.S. Geeta, the chairperson, CTF Kerala, for the chairman's address.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, teacher.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Audible?
Yes, madam.
Yes. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Esteemed CTEF national officials, the chairman, Professor K.M. Bhandarkar, the International Secretary General, Professor Nilima Bhagavati, the South Zone Chairman, CTEF, Professor K.Y. Benedict, the General Convener of the program, Professor Mariamma Matthew, the Organizing Secretary, Dr. Pramod Dinagar, Professor Anna Verghis, Dr. Grace Annie Matthews, other dignitaries of CTEF Kerala and delegates from different states, alumni association members, dear organizers of the conference in the college, teaching and non-teaching faculty, PhD scholars, student teachers from all levels, other beneficiaries of the program. A warm good morning to one and all, and welcome also from the part of the chairman. I am very happy to attend the 3-day international conference on Education 5.0 organized by Pete Memorial Training College, Mavelikara and CTEF Kerala in collaboration with Council for Educational Administration and Management India from 18th to 20th January 2024. I appreciate and thank the organizers from Pete Memorial Training College for giving time and space for CTEF Kerala for this collaborative event at the beginning of this year. Also, I thank the organization CEAM, Council for Education, Administration and Management, for joining hands with us in this great event. The theme of the conference is Education 5.0. The world becomes increasingly dominated by technology, and so does education. Many schools, even the primary ones, are rushing into a dehumanized version of education. It implies minimized human-to-human interactions and increasingly more decision-making power shifting from humans to technology. It is time to get the situation back under control. Instead of acting reactively and just going with the tech flow, we need to have a clear vision of future-proof education. We need to look far beyond technology and bring humans back to the center of the educational processes. The new education policy of our nation, NEP 2020, drives the development of critical thinking skills and individual empowerment. Education 5.0, a modern educational paradigm that integrates advanced technology and personalized learning, also urges learners to be more creative and adaptable for the challenges of the digital world. Since it is the fifth industrial revolution in education, awareness and handling of digital technologies increase, thereby eliminating barriers to learning and promoting overall well-being. The collaboration of advanced technologies like robotic and intelligent solutions improve efficiency and also the performance of humans. The cooperation between these technologies and educators and students enhances the effectiveness of teaching and learning also. So we know that the technologies have the potential to transform or revolutionize the way the students learn and the teachers teach. So this can be the education of the future, which is about people rather than technology. The chain connecting digital technology knowledge of humans with the social and emotional abilities in order to enhance well-being. We hope through the difference of themes of the conference and different deliberations from the experts, all these concepts and ideas can be conveyed to the students and teachers attending this conference. I am not elaborating the theme further. As a fan of the organization, I am proud to say that CTEF Kerala is on its way to empower the teacher educators and student teachers of Kerala. The organization is earnestly trying to bring back the self-concept of the teacher, the self-respect and self-confidence of the teachers, and their position and status in the society, as said in NEP 2020. For that, we are trying to conduct national and international conferences, faculty development programs, talk series on general themes like research methodology, and general book review series in collaboration with diets, autonomous colleges, and colleges of teacher education in the state and outside the state. And let me wind up my speech. Since it is a 3-day international conference, it is very hectic for the organizers to conduct this conference for 3 days. I thank them for their invaluable collaboration, support, and commitment. I express my deepest gratitude to everyone for going above and beyond. I hope this conference will be a stimulating experience for all the delegates. Best wishes for all for the smooth conduct of the 3-day international conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the valuable note of address.
We have the Honorable National President of CTEF, Dr. K.M. Hunterkar with us. Sir, we request you to deliver the message.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, everybody, and greetings on behalf of the central body of the Council for Teacher Education Foundation. Friends, I am associated with CTE right from its establishment in 1985. I cannot forget the efforts taken by Dr. G. Chaurasia, founder president of the organization, and Dr. Devaraj Vij, who was instrumental in the expansion of this organization. Thanks are also due to the efforts of Professor Nilima Bhagwati, Secretary General of the organization, Dr. Satinder Dhillo Madam, Dr. S.D. Singh Sir, Dr. S.C. Pachori Sir, and chairpersons and secretaries of the state and union territory chapters of the CTE. For me, Kerala means, or Kerala chapter means, Dr. K. Sivdasan Pillai, a great educationist from Kerala and a very close associate of Dr. G. Chaurasia. Then Dr. V.M. Sasikumar sir, Dr. V. Revu sir, my friend late C.P. Srikantan Nair sir, Dr. M.S. Geeta madam, the present chairperson of the Kerala chapter, Dr. Kamalamba Rajeshwari madam, vice chairman of the chapter, Dr. Pramod Dinakar sir, Secretary General of the chapter, Dr. Bindu K. Madam, Dr. Nimmi Maria Omen Madam, Dr. Anwar, and many associates and friends from Kerala. I appreciate the efforts taken by the management and principal of the college, Dr. Marie Emma Matthew Madam. We can simply imagine the efforts to be put in for organizing an international event. I also thank all the faculty members and team of this conference and staff members of the Pete Memorial Training College and office bearers of the CTEF Kerala and CEAM. As we know, and Dr. Geeta Madam has already mentioned, Education 5 is the use of technologies to provide more humanized teaching. With the focus on social and emotional development of the students, it is now being accepted in every sphere of human life that we cannot accept physical and material development at the cost of humanity. So we hope that Education 5 will be undoubtedly helpful in bringing about, in developing, in inculcating human values. The boom of digital transformation and artificial intelligence should also focus on preparing human beings for future, and not for future, for world citizenship also. As we know that the people of Generation Z are techno-savvy, open-minded, self-focused, and socially responsible also. They are having access to Education 5.0. Education 5.0 will help them to acquire skills of collaborative work, maintaining interpersonal relations, empathy, creativity, conflict management, and effective communication, and several other important skills. Actually, WHO has identified only 10 life skills, but there are hundreds and hundreds of life skills. For example, learning to learn is actually educational skill. So educational skills are also important. Those are to be focused. NEP 2020 also has focused on conceptual and skill-based education. Peter Drucker rightly said that only that person will survive in the 21st century who is having skill of acquiring new skills. So that has to be a key point to be noted for lifelong learning. Education 5.0 should essentially focus on acquisition of hard skills, soft skills, life skills, and educational skills as well. I am sure that the experts, paper presenters, and panelists will definitely focus on the sub-themes, that is lifelong learning. We know that the NEP 2020 is based on actually 4 pillars, that is learning to learn, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. So every pillar is equally important. Learning to learn will help us for lifelong learning. Learning to do will definitely require so many skills which are essential for our survival in the 21st century. Then learning to be they actually knowing who am I. That is actually a self-analysis. And we should know our weaknesses and strengths also. And we should focus on how to convert our weaknesses into our strong points. That is important. That should be taken note of while teaching and learning. And as you know, the whole policy, the whole paradigm shift is from previously it was teacher centered policy, then it was student centered policy, learner centered policy, and now it is learning centered policy. So NAC is also focusing on learning outcomes. They are actually observing what are your actual learning outcomes while they are assessing and accrediting our educational institutions. So learning outcomes are very important. Previously, we mentioned it as specific objectives, general objectives and specific objectives. But now I think we should mention it as smart objectives of education. Those objectives which are actually achievable. It is not on paper only. It should be achievable. So this is very important. My friend uh, Goyal sir, Devendra Goyal sir from Baroda, he has identified so many educational skills. Hundreds and hundreds of educational skills are there. So I hope that this conference will focus on lifelong learning, universal peace and values, and the whole system should be research based, and we have to actually acquire Indianness back because we have lost it in the wave of westernization. Then innovative and flexible learning strategies, these are very important. Many of my friends are from Kerala and from Assam. Our colleagues have joined a program on project-based learning, and the program was of 15 days duration, and we have learned a lot from that program, that how project-based learning can be implemented to bring out all-round development of the child. So I think this type of innovative methods are necessary. I have seen some schools in Delhi, they are actually heritage schools, and they are focusing more on social aspect of the education. Yes, education is for social adjustment. Education is for social adjustment, and as a teacher educator, we know that education simply means socialization of the child. So that is important. But one thing is more important: artificial intelligence. It may intervene in so many important areas. Actually, we should be aware of its dangers also. I was observing a message on WhatsApp, and that message conveyed that if you dial mobile number or it is only number 401, then you may lose your money in your account. So that is actually new strategy or say technique which is being applied by the burglars and thieves. So we have to be very careful while using the apps on mobile. Mobile is equally useful, but it is dangerous also. So our students should know the dangers of using these modern gadgets and apps. I think the paradigm shift is to actually learner centered or learning centered. So learning centered policy will be only successful when our teachers are totally dedicated. I appreciate the dedication of teachers from Kerala. This is actually not an exaggeration. I often mention the dedication of teachers from Kerala in my lectures when I go outside my state. So actually, I should thank the teachers of Kerala for taking so many efforts and their hard work. They deserve gratefulness of the whole education fraternity. I extend my warm greetings to the organizers of this important conference, especially Dr. M.S. Geeta Madam, Kamalamba Rajeshwari Madam, then our friend Dinakar Sir, then K.Y. Benedict Sir. So many colleagues and friends are there in Kerala. I extend my thanks to all of them. My thanks are also due to the organizers, the college, the institution which is hosting this important international conference. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you for inviting me and giving me opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable message.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Due to unforeseen circumstances, Professor Neelima Bhagavati, International Secretary of CTEF, is unable to join us today. We are fortunate to have Dr. Velayan Nair, Professor, Pete Memorial Training College, here to step in. Please welcome Sir to deliver the message.
Thank you, Susan. It's an honor to be speaking on behalf of Dr. Neelima Bhagavati today. Let me read out her message. It gives me immense pleasure to forward an online message on the occasion of the 22nd Annual Convention, jointly organized by Pete Memorial Training College, Mavelikara, Kerala, and CTEF Kerala in collaboration with CEAM, affiliated to CEAM India, from the 18th to the 20th of January 2024 in hybrid mode. The international conference on the theme Education 5.0 is related to emerging new technologies, focusing on more advanced, innovative technological applications in teaching and learning strategies, leveraging augmented virtual reality environments, providing the learners with personalized learning experiences. For our Generation Z, Education 5.0 is the future of learning. Education sector is heading forward to accept and address emerging issues in teaching learning skills. The NEP 2020 has brought a resurgence in the education system in India by blending technological advances of the 21st century skills with the Bharatiya concept of teaching learning methods and curricular frameworks, and shifting from content to contemporary competency-based learning. In this backdrop, therefore, Education 5.0 is all set to play an imperative role in preparing our teachers and learners for the coming generations. I congratulate the CTEF Kerala for the need-based theme, which will focus on in abundance on insightful thoughts and ideas during the paper presentations by scholars and the discourses that will take place during the 3 days of the conference. I wish the mega academic event a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have with us K.Y. Benedict, Chairman of CTF South Zone, to address the audience with his message. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. that I am audible to all of you. Thank you very much for
Yes, sir, you are audible.
giving me an opportunity to share a few minutes with you on this auspicious occasion of the inaugural ceremony, the opening ceremony of the 22nd Annual Convention of Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala State Center, in collaboration with the Council for Educational Administration and Management India, and organized by the prestigious Teacher Education College of Kerala, Pete Memorial Training College, Mavelikara. I'm so happy to see that Pete Memorial Training College, Mavelikara, has taken the role initiative in many critical moments in the development of teacher education in Kerala. Long back, I recall the past memory when we were at the beginning of our career in teacher education in the middle of 1990s. I remember there was a great initiative done by the former principal of the college, Professor Verghis, who was a very famous teacher educator in Kerala at that time, and was a very charismatic, dynamic leader, who has taken certain initiative in reorganizing the teacher education, lesson template designing, unifying the lesson template designing across the boundaries of the university of Kerala at that time. And following that, Pitt Memorial Training College took the initiative of organizing the first inter-university, inter-training college arts festival for student teachers. No other colleges in the Kerala has taken that initiative more than 3 times. We have also participated in that program from our Training College at that time. Recently also they have restarted that program. Unfortunately, no other colleges are ready to take up the program. In that level, Pitt Memorial Training College, keeping its legacy, has taken many initiatives, and I observe that this particular seminar with a different title, Education 5.0, is one particular such an initiative taken by Pitt Memorial Training College on behalf of Council for Teacher Education Foundation South Zone. And all those who are assembled here, I wish to congratulate Dr. Mariama Matthew, the principal, and her team for taking up the challenge for realizing this seminar on behalf of many other organizations like CTEF and I honestly wish to extend my greetings to Dr. B.M. Bhandarkar, the National President, and Dr. Nilima Bhagavati, National Secretary General in absentia, Professor M.S. Geeta, the Chairman, State Chairman, Chairperson of Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala State, Dr. K. Rajeshwari, Dr. Pramod, Dr. Vidayan Nair, the coordinator, the local coordinator of the program, and I hope that his brain might have worked very systematically to frame the title and subtitles. I really appreciate it. And Dr. Soni Mary, who is coordinating the inaugural session on behalf of all the organizers. The very particular title of the seminar is very interesting and made us to read a little more. And it has been mentioned by Dr. Bhandakar regarding the skill acquisition concern. And even that is being very earnestly touched upon the recommendations of the NEP 2022. And there are many regenerated attempts are being conducted across the country and across the world to redefine the whole set of education in terms of skills. But I have a difference of opinion at this point of time to highlight for a discussion among the participants. It's very unfortunate to shrink down every aspect of education in terms of skills. When we speak about the soft skills, when we speak about the hard skills, or when we speak about the life skills, and the life skill itself has for the last 20 to 30 years of time The concept has completely changed. The recent documentation, early documents, we spoke about the 10 different life skills as classified by the WHO and UNESCO. But the latest document by the University Grants Commission has given a particular new dimension of the taxonomy of skills. They call it as the Kaushal 2.0. That document is publicly available for anyone to cross-check. So taking all this particular development of the skill acquisition mania among the educators and the practitioners, the difficulty that arises is that education is not just we should not limit education in terms of skills alone, because the apt usage of the term and the apt terminology is very important to convey a meaning. So when we are shrinking ourselves due to the popularity gained by the title life skills, soft skills, hard skills, and so on, we should not diminish our purpose of education, just acquiring skills similar to that of the training being given to certain animals for performing some kind of action. At least we have to revise the term into competency. That age of it must go with a more wide term than the skills. When coming to the classroom level, we may do a lot of exercise on micro teaching skills that is very familiar for us. And then is it justifiable to limit the esteem of a particular profession or the value of a life in terms of a series of skills? That may be the primary level, but it should not be limited to that level. That is my argument. It beyond, I have to say in terms of competency, that competency term include some kind of attitude plus this attitude values plus the skills. Skills with the attitude and values may go level of competency. Even in nowadays, even after the COVID pandemic age, the term has to be revised into a new particular kind of terminology that we have to define. We have to think about that. What kind of term is suitable for the whole idea when we are speaking about education, the development of and practice of education 5.0. Instead of bringing our thoughts again back to the lower level of skills, then to what higher level we have to go forward. That should be one thought, that one idea that you want to share with the audience at this point of time. And then the problem is that when we are again glamorously thinking about the life skill association, life skill movement, integration of life skill as part of NEP 2020 and so on, documents are saying like that, because that particular term has got that much deep-rooted understanding among the practitioners. We are forced to move around that one. We won't be able to think in a different dimension. That is one particular kind of professional kind of what we can call it as the inertia, academic inertia that we are practicing in our. When we speak about the skills, it's actually point only what we would be able to do. Vandarkar sir just mentioned about the 4 pillars of education, and in which learning to be is one particular amount, and learning to live together the 4th element. There lies the root for the development of this life skill components, etc. The skills doesn't concentrate on the being part of a man. Doing skills are concentrated, being skills are ignored or neglected.
I'm supposed to give the vote of thanks.
So we are lacking that particular vision. I hope that this particular conference on education 5.0 will focus on how we may escape. We may escape ourselves from the bondages of the skills terminology to a terminology that goes beyond mere skills. That should be one area of focus that we have to contemplate and innovate. We have to innovate that particular terminology as an outcome of this particular education 5.0. Whether we may be able to give a more sophisticated conceptual terminology is suitable for replacing the minimum level meaning skills to a higher level of terminology that we have to think about. Then that will be a contribution for our seminar. And then one more point I want to highlight is one particular article I just want to mention for the discussion among all the audience, because I didn't prepare any material, any presentations based on that because of the limits of time on these days. Mr. Abdullah M. Al-Hari from the University of Jeddah University of Saudi Arabia has published an article titled as Implementation of Education 5.0. You can note it down and you can directly PDF copy that you can directly download from open sources. Implementation of Education 5.0 in developed and developing countries, a comparative study. There he mentioned a very good interpretation, pictorial interpretation regarding a comparative analysis of Web 0.1 to Web 0.5 along with the education to education 0.5. So I think that the organizers, particularly I entrust my student, Mr. Verghis Nair, to go find out that particular article and exhibit that particular pictorial representation in between the gaps of the seminar presentations in your presentation venues to make that familiar with all the participants, online or offline. I repeat the title of the article: Implementation Education 5.0 in Developed and Developing Countries, a comparative study by Abdullah M. Al-Bari of University of Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. That's a very recent publication, and that will give a very concise viewpoint regarding how the technological development and how the particular kind of education 5.0 course shall be compared enough, and then what are the strategies that we may be able to practice in future for meaningful implementation. With these two points of reference, I appreciate all the organizers of Pete Memorial Trade College, my fellow teachers there, and the non-teaching faculty members there, and all the management representatives, and even the students whom we are not directly connected with, but in these days we may have an interaction with them. We are very interestingly waiting for the cultural presentation of your students tomorrow evening. I think that there is one session set apart for that. And I appreciate all the award winners of CTEF Kerala State, and I think that the Kerala State has shown a kind of national example for encouraging the active participants, activists in the field of teacher education and associated field, how they will bring forth into the forefront of national leadership. Hope that all the award winners will continue their collaboration with the CTEF even after receiving the certain minimum limited cases. After the award, there may be a kind of miraculous vanishing from the active field. Also, we have observed that is another thing that critical analysis that I have to present. And then the award of CTEF also, I congratulate all of them. I appreciate all the research awardees who has been recently awarded PhD from different universities. Those members of CTEF will be recognized on the platform of CTEF day after tomorrow. I wish and congratulate all the participants. A very meaningful and effective convention and international seminar experience. Thank you very much. God bless you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
We will begin this session. We may request Dr. Pramod Dinagar Organizing Secretary of the conference, for the vote of thanks.
One second, 1 second.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are audible.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Because I was keeping my two devices on, so I was having a howling. So I apologize for the inconvenience. Right. So we have come to the end of the dynamic opening ceremony of this annual convention and international conference. Annual convention of CTEF International Conference organized at the Pete Memorial Training College. So we had a colorful flag hoisting followed by this particular program. So let me come to my task of giving the vote of thanks. So let me start by rendering our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Verghis Matthews, senior most member of CTEF and patron CTEF Kerala, for being the chief guest for the flag hoisting ceremony and leading the process to start the annual conference. So on behalf of all assembled offline and online, let me render thanks to Professor Dr. Grace Matthews. We had our chairperson of CTEF, Dr. M. Geeta, who gave the chairman's address and was the chairman of the session too. So on behalf of all assembled here, we render thanks to Dr. M. Geeta. Dr. Maria, the principal of Pete Memorial Training College, was instrumental in bringing many pieces together to set this great international conference open. So she is the general convener of the program, and on behalf of the organizing committee, let me render my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Mariamma Matthews. And we had messages from the national president, Dr. K.M. Bhandarkar, who has been always the source of inspiration to us. So on behalf of Pete Memorial Training College and CTEF Kerala, we offer our thanks to Professor Dr. K.R. Bhandarkar. We had the messages from Nilima Bhagavati, International Secretary General CTEF. So offer our gratitude to Nilima members. Then we had a message from the chairman of CTEF South Zone, Dr. K.Y. Benedict. So Benedict sir gave, as usual, gave a deep insights into the various themes of the conference. So heartfelt gratitude to Dr. K.Y. Benedict. So we had our patron of CTEF South Zone, Dr. V.M. Shachikumar online. So special thanks to Dr. V.M. Shachikumar. Then we had among the audience in the offline mode, Professor Annie Paul, Professor Anna Verghis teacher, Dr. T.K. Matthew, Dr. Sam Lee Daniel, Professor Anita Pawar ma'am, Sri Koshi John sir, Alumni Association of Pete Memorial Training College. So on behalf of CTEF and Pete Memorial Training College, I offer thanks to all of you. Then we have lots of resource persons, principals, former principals, officials, and members of CTEF, delegates for the conference, faculty members and staff, and students of Pete Memorial Training College who have gathered here. So a heartfelt thanks to all of you. So let us make this event a grand success. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you all for your participation in the inaugural section. Without much delay, let us begin the thematic section 1 on sustainable water management and climate smart agriculture for livelihood and food security. We request the college principal, Dr. Mariama Matthew ma'am, to welcome the resource person, Dr. Manish P. Samuel.
Thank you. Good morning once again. Respected delegates of the International Conference, teachers, students, and all those who are present in the online and offline mode, Dr. V.M. Shashikumar sir, principals of colleges, respected speaker of the day, Dr. Manoj P. Samuel, respected panelists in the forenoon sessions, my dear teachers and students. Pete Memorial Training College, established in 1960, is the only aided training college in Alappuzha district. And since then, the college has conducted a number of innovative programs and activities beneficial for the student community and society as a whole. And today we are having the talk series 5 of Professor Verghis Chandy Memorial Lecture Series. And we had before 4 talks across 4 years. And that was delivered by Mr. T.P. Srinivasan, former Indian ambassador in Vienna, Professor Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan, former Kerala PSC chairman, Professor Dr. P.S. Sukumaran, former professor in Special Education School of Behavioral Sciences, MG University, Professor Dr. K.S. Anil Kumar, Registrar, University of Kerala. Before going to the today's details of today's resource person, let me talk a few words about Professor Verghis Chandy. Professor Verghis Chandy is a renowned educationalist whose contributions to the field of education are held in high esteem across the world. He joined this institution in 1981 and retired in 1996. And he was the principal during 1986 to 1996 for long 10 years. And as already Benedict sir has told, he was the known educationalist of that time, wrote a number of books. He was a kind-hearted person and very loving personality for even to the small children also. And he was the chairman, coordinating chairman of various examinations at the B.Ed course. He was also the secretary of the All Kerala Training College Principals Association and was the driving force behind several seminars and conferences in education that were held during the time. And he was an eminent teacher, educator, and a resourceful administrator who was reputed for thinking ahead of his times. And he was also the author of several books on English language teaching as well as social psychology. This memorial lecture series is organized in memory of this great visionary educator who had transformed and touched hundreds of lives through his illuminating words and inspiring deeds. And it is with the heart full of love I want to remember Professor Verghis Chandy, not only as a teacher, educator, and as a principal, but also a great human being. And we have with us his wife, Professor Anna Verghis, teacher, who's also a great educator. And I, on behalf of all present here, extend a warm welcome to Professor Anna Verghis, teacher, and all delegates of the international seminar of the CTEF, CEAM, and all teachers and students. And also, I have got great privilege and honor to welcome the speaker of the day, Dr. Manoj P. Samuel. Dr. Manoj P. Samuel is the Executive Director of Center for Water Resources Development and Management, CWRDM, Kozhikode. And he has served as State Manager of World Bank aided rainwater harvesting campaign of Government of Kerala and as a member of consultant group assigned by the Central Planning Commission for suggesting management action plans for conservation of Loktak Lake. And he was the principal investigator in AICRP, PET, IPTM, ABI projects and associated in NAIP and NICRA projects. And he has more than 150 publications to his credit with 54 research papers in international and national peer-reviewed journals. And he has published 12 books, 34 book chapters, and 76 popular articles. And he possesses 1 patent, 4 copyrights for computer software, decision support systems, and 3 design registrations. And he has many awards to his credit. And today's topic is the most relevant one. And the topic is sustainable water management and climate smart agriculture for livelihood and food security. And this topic, I think, more than what is called talking on education and its theories or principles or its issues and all, I think this is the most relevant one which we need for today's life. And he has got a lot of theoretical background, knows a lot of has got a lot of theoretical background on this topic, and his expertise and his theoretical knowledge will help us a lot to lead a good life. So I think that is the most relevant one which is needed for Professor Verghis Chandy lecture series. And I, on behalf of all present here in both the online and the offline mode, a warm welcome to Dr. Manoj P. Samuel, sir. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am.
May we request Dr. Manoj P. Samuel, Executive Director of Center for Water Resource Development and Management, Kozhikode, to lead the session.
Good morning. Good morning to all. Hope I am audible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. First of all, I thank the organizers for inviting me for this very important memorial lecture series, Professor Verghis Chandy Memorial Lecture Series. And I consider this as a privilege, and thank you very much for the opportunity. And next 45 minutes, we will discuss on one very important aspect, that is water conservation and the related aspects. I think I will share my slides now. I think Sri Sruti has to leave it. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Okay, thank you. So our topic today is sustainable water management and climate smart technologies for livelihood and food security. And as we all know, this is very important because we are facing climate change challenges and many other related, climate related disasters and many other, related challenges. And we start our discussion always from the SDGs. We all know what are our sustainable development goals. We have 17 SDGs. In that, SDG 6 is very important to all of us, especially to my organization. SDG 6 is very important. That is clean water and sanitation for all by 2030. And other SDGs, which is very much connected to climate change, environmental management, all are 7, affordable and clean energy. Then 13 is very important, climate action. Life below water, 14. Life on land, 15. Of course, sustainable cities, communities, responsible consumption, production, partnership. All these things are very important. And if you just count the natural disasters from 1980 onwards, you can see a big jump in the number of events across the globe. In 1980s, if you count the number of events, whatever the disaster is, whether it is a drought, whether it is a flood, whether it is a heat wave, the maximum numbers we can count maximum is 200. But in 2024, if you come, it is almost more than 1,000 events. Maybe one side it may be a heat wave, on the other side of the globe it may be a flood. So that these type of events are happening in a more frequent way and more intense way across the globe. And we all are witness for that, because in Kerala from 2018 onwards, we are facing different aspects of climate related disasters in a more visible form. And this is our map of our country, and this is the map of the rainfall map of our country in June. What is the peculiarity of the month June? June is the month the monsoon starts in India. And the most of the places which is shown in blue, those areas got excess rainfall. And the places which is given in red or yellow, they are the places where we got less than the normal rainfall, deficit rainfall. Actually, in the month of June, this map should not be like this. It is actually like a negative. In the month of June, the places where now it is red or now it is yellow, now it is green, it should be blue or dark blue. But it is just opposite. And the places now which is shown as blue, it should be red. Actually, we expected maximum rainfall in the west coast region or northeast region, but we got less rainfall. And we never expected rainfall in Gujarat, Rajasthan, and some part of Dehradun, that means Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, Delhi, but we got very assessment report 6, AR6 report. It has come out by IPCC, International Panel for Climate Change, 2 years back. And as per that panel, they said that if the temperature rises, we will be facing severe
Sir, any network issue? Are you here, sir?
No, we can't hear anything.
Sir left, so he'll be joining soon.
Participants, please be patient. He'll be joining soon. We are trying to contact him. Please be patient.
പറയാൻ ടീച്ചറെ സാറ് ഡിസ്കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്തെങ്കിൽ അടുത്ത പ്രോഗ്രാം ചെയ്തിട്ട് സാറ് ഫ്രീ ആവുമ്പോൾ ടൈം അഡ്ജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്താൽ പോരെ?
സെഷൻ തുടങ്ങിയാലോ?
further ado, let's kick off today's panel discussion. We have a distinguished panel of experts who will be sharing their insights. Professor Nimi Maria Uman, Academic Coordinator, CTEF Kerala, will serve as the moderator. Without further ado, let's kick off today's panel discussion. We have a distinguished panel of experts who will be sharing their insights. Professor Nimi Maria Uman, Academic Coordinator, CTEF Kerala, will serve as the moderator. In panel 1, we have Dr. Rashmi Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, University of Allahabad. Panel 2, Dr. Rupam Priya, Assistant Professor in English, Nalini Devi Women's College of Teacher Education, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Panel 3, Dr. Anu Verma, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Chitkara University, Punjab. Panel 4, Dr. N. Johnson, Head of the Department of Lifelong Learning, Alagappa University, Tamil Nadu.
Let us welcome Dr. Ali Moli Verghis to welcome the resource person, Professor Nimi Maria Uman.
Good morning to all. We will now have the panel presentation session. Professor Dr. Nimi Maria Uman, Academic Coordinator of CTEF Kerala, will be the moderator for the session. On behalf of Pete Memorial Training College, CTEF and CEAM, I extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Nimi Maria Uman. The panelists we have with us today are Dr. Rashmi Singh, Dr. Rupam Priya, Dr. Anu Verma, and Dr. N. Johnson. They will be presenting their ideas on different and relevant topics. I extend a very warm welcome to all of them on behalf of CTEF, CEAM, and Pete Memorial Training College. A hearty welcome to all the delegates attending the conference, online and offline. Hope you will have a fruitful session. Once again, a hearty welcome to one and all. Now over to Dr. Nimi Maria Uman for the introductory remarks.
Good morning to all. Thank you, Dr. Ali ma'am, for giving such a good introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Respected members, a warm welcome to this international conference and 22nd annual conference of the Council for Teacher Education Foundation that is being organized jointly by Pete Memorial Training College, Mavericala, in collaboration with the Council for Educational Administration and Management. This time we are going to panel presentations as we have got 4 panel presenters, and the theme is every panel presenters have got a diverse theme from their side. And before we start our panel presentation, some guidelines. All our dedicated presenters, I know that you'll be getting 15 minutes of time from your side for your presentation. But before we start the presentation, what is the significance of this Education 5.0? That we know that it is Education 5.0 gives more importance to humanized teaching without diluting the focus of emotional and social development of its members or of people. All spheres of life, when we see right from the initial period of the conception of life till this day, the society as its dynamic have seen vast changes over the period of time. And this is an era where technology is dominating all spheres of our life. And over the past few decades, we have seen digital transformation and new technology and its upgradation in our day-to-day life. Artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, data processing, and other tools have embedded in our lives and in the social and the public industry also. With the COVID 19 pandemic, life turned more digital and things were no different in educational institutions. Online classes, distance education were no longer trends but reality, and everybody wanted to be used by it. That is the situation. But beyond technological devices or the use of it or the technological era, the pandemic made it clear that we need to prepare human beings for adversity, for facing it, for emotionally intelligent people who know how to turn digital transformation into a social transformation. Or, in other words, our classrooms should be embedded with humanistic teaching. Of course, it was embedded with humanistic teaching, but our little ones are more prone to this gadget. So, we need to inculcate in them the value education system, or they have to understand the significance of humane values. And that's what exactly Education 5.0 is, a chain that links digital and technological knowledge to human, social, and emotional skills to promote well being. I know all the panel presenters are very much ready to present their topic, and without much delay, since we are running short of time, without much delay or further description, let's go to the first presenter and the anchor. Should I introduce the presenter, or from your side you are going to introduce? Okay, then I'll call upon the first presenter, Dr. Rashmi Singh, Assistant Professor from the Department of Education, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, Allahabad. She has a very good theme for her presentation, Innovative Models in Pedagogic Practices. Warm welcome to Dr. Rashmi. Now it's the time for your presentation. You will be getting 15 minutes of time.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, very clear, very clear.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, hello, ma'am. I'll
Yes?
read the profile, and after that, you can start your.
Okay, okay. I have to wait.
Just for 1
Yes,
or
ma'am.
2 minutes, that's all.
Okay, 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 okay. No problem.
Dr. Rashmi Singh. She is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Education at SS Khanna Girls Degree College, University of Allahabad. Earlier to this, she has served as an assistant professor B.Ed at a government postgraduate college, Hardoi. She was awarded with the JRF and further with the SRF by the UGC. The University of Lucknow awarded her doctorate degree as the Best Research Production of the Year 2013 award. She has received 2 university gold medals for securing the highest percentage in MEd and being a female candidate to do so. She has authored a book on adolescent girl, her concerns, coping, and education. She has published over 20 research papers in national and international journals, 31 chapters in edited books, co edited 17 books, and presented 5 papers at national and international conferences and seminars. She has presented her lecture 15 times as a resource person in national and international deliberations. She has her own YouTube channel where around 3,450 subscribers benefited from her regular deliberations. We welcome Dr. Rashmi Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, SS Khanna Girls Degree College, University of Allahabad, for her discussion on the topic Innovative Models in Pedagogic Practices.
Okay. Thank you for such a nice introduction. And without much delay, because there is only 15 minutes for presentation, I'm going to start my share my screen. Okay. Oh, sorry. Cancel कर दिया मैंने. 1 minute. Huh? To avoid. नहीं हो रहा. 1 minute. It is not. Entire screen. It is something, some
Mimi,
problem.
can you please
Not
mute your audio?
presenting. Yes. Can you present it by your side? Because it is to avoid an infinity mirror. May I stop presenting at my end? Nimi ma'am, I have shared this presentation with you already.
Okay, okay, I'll send it to the concerned person right now.
Okay. Let me try one more time. Select it to share. Window.
Even you can start with your oral presentations, ma'am. Your
Okay,
presentation
okay,
on
okay.
your side. Don't worry, don't worry.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I'm stop sharing. So, 1 minute. It's very much cold here in UP nowadays. It's bitter cold. 1 minute. So, the topic of my presentation is innovative models in pedagogical practices. So, first of all, a short introduction about innovation. What is innovation? The skill to think and to innovate is a desirable 21st century skill for students. Innovation in education encourages students and demands teachers to be proactive in research, explore and use multiple strategies to come out with novel ideas or strategies to uncover something new. Innovation involves a different way of looking at problems and solving them. It also contributes to improving the overall quality of education because it catalyzes students to think out of the box and helps to solve complex problems. It is commendable that India is moving forward on innovations. As the Global Innovation Index reports 2020, World Intellectual Property Organization has ranked India as the 48th most innovative nation in the world amongst 131 countries. This is, we are working over innovation nowadays. And then it is innovation. And what is innovative pedagogy? The adjective word innovative connotes featuring new methods that are advanced and original. And in the context of innovative pedagogical approaches, it may be understood to be those pedagogical approaches that involve the usage of appropriate means and methods in a new and creative way and in varied combinations to make the teaching learning process more effective. By enabling the learners to attain the expected or defined learning outcomes, develop students' capabilities in problem solving, teamwork, learning to learn, reflective thinking, etc., to be creative, adapt to changes, manage and analyze information, and work with knowledge. So, what do we understand by innovative pedagogy? Innovative pedagogy is the process of proactively introducing new teaching strategies and methods into the classroom to improve academic outcomes and address real problems to promote equitable learning. Then, what is the need to use innovative pedagogy nowadays? Because our classrooms are filled with students who have different needs, who come from different educational backgrounds, who have different attention spans and interests, who have different language abilities, who have different cultural backgrounds, and last but not the least, who are digital natives. So, the traditional chalk and talk method only cannot serve its purpose in this digital world. Then, what are the key elements of any innovative pedagogy? First of all, it has to adopt an inclusive approach. Whenever we talk about innovative pedagogy, it must adopt an inclusive approach. The pedagogy used in the classroom must reflect the inclusive approach so that learners can relate what is taught in the class with the multiple perceptions and realities they experience. Then, innovative pedagogy must embrace multidisciplinarity. It is the NEP 2020 also talks about multidisciplinarity. Singularity in terms of acquiring knowledge in a particular discipline lacks the understanding of the complexity and interplay of various factors in the causation as well as finding a durable solution to a problem. Then, an innovative pedagogy must have learning mode centric pedagogy, means the key modes of learning with physical or offline, online, hybrid or blended modes and flipped classroom necessitate varying pedagogy suited to the channels of communication characteristic to each mode of learning. Then it also have learning method based pedagogy, means multiple methods of learning can be used based on the desired learning outcomes or degrees of active participation of learners in the teaching learning process, both within and outside the classroom. Then, if we want to talk about innovative pedagogical clusters, then first of all, we have to talk about the blended learning concept. This international conference is running in a blended concept. Some speakers are in the offline mode, some are in the online mode. So the blended learning mode is an important innovative pedagogical clusters nowadays. What is blended learning? It is an innovative concept that embraces the advantages of both traditional teaching in the classroom and ICT supported learning, including both offline learning and online learning. It had scope for collaborative learning as well. Please come to the point, innovative pedagogical clusters. It is, I think, seventh slide. It is then gamification. Gamification pedagogy is the application of game theory and mechanics to non-gaming contexts. Is explored as a student-centric instructional design process which effectively applies gamified mechanics to motivate student and academic behavior. Then computational thinking. Yes, it is computational thinking. It is a problem-solving approach rooted in the principles of computer science. It involves breaking down complex into manageable components, devising systematic strategies, that is algorithms, to solve them and applying logical and analytical reasoning to reach solutions. Then the next innovative pedagogical clusters are, change the slide please. Next slide. Experiential learning. It is the most talked about innovative pedagogy nowadays. In its simplest form, experiential learning means learning from experience or learning by doing. Experiential education first immerses learners in an experience and then encourages reflection about the experience to develop new skills, new attitudes, or new ways of thinking. This definition has been given by Lewis and Williams in 1994. This means that if we want to adopt innovative pedagogy, then the learner must have experience over the concept. Then only the learning become permanent and learning can be strengthened. Then embodied learning. It is a new type of learning. The concept is new. The concept is old, but the terminology is new. In embodied learning, the main idea is that students who consciously use their bodies to learn are more engaged than those who are at a desk or a computer. Means if we are involving only online methodology to teaching and learning, then it is not fulfill our purposes. The students must use consciously their bodies also, means something hand-on experience must be there. Embodiment connects with lived experience as the outcome of sensory engagement with the environment. Cognition is situated in the constant feedback between the person and the environment, means the environment must be there to attain something for the students. Next slide. Multiliteracies and discussion-based teaching. This is also a very talked about topic nowadays. While multiliteracies focuses on the multiplicity and diversity of platforms and languages that learners require to become literate, discussion-based teaching revolves on the critical and cultural variables through which learners actively construct the meaning of text. Means we have to adopt multiliteracies in our instructional methodology. Then flipped classroom. It is very you can say interesting topic. The flipped classroom pedagogical model, also known as the inverted classroom, has been gaining relevance in recent years due to the need to change the traditional learning system to adapt it to the new generations. The key to its proposals that the student prepares the lessons, means theoretical part, or we can say if we are going to take into account the Bloom's taxonomy, then the lower, you can say lower order thinking skills are outside the classroom and carries out the activities part, means the you can say hot high order thinking skills inside the classroom with the peer group, with the teacher. So it is the an inverted classroom model. Then it is a very, you can say, new type of pedagogy, that is gratitude as pedagogy. Gratitude involves the acknowledgement of what people have or receive and the conscious action of wanting to give back in some way. Generally, these students are lacking the skill of gratitude. Students are lacking the value education perspective nowadays. So in Education 5.0, we want to inculcate in students gratitude as pedagogy. So, when applied in an academic context, gratitude can help students to improve student-teacher and student-student relationships. It can help them to be more aware of their learning environment and increase understanding and focus on their studies. 1 minute. Noise is there. Then, research as pedagogy. It is also a very new concept. Merging education and research by integrating research as a part of teaching pedagogy is an emergent need in our education sector. Why? Because in our higher education sector, we are lacking in terms of good quality research. So when we merge research as teaching and research in education as a pedagogy, it must fulfill our purpose. Research as a pedagogical tool is the evolved form of experiential learning. Because when we are going to do some research, we have to experience over the problem, we have to reflect over the solution and all. It involves reflection, critical analysis and synthesis, initiative, decision making and accountability. Students get engaged intellectually, creatively, emotionally, socially and or physically. The actual learning takes place when students reflect and assess their decisions in the light of natural consequences, mistakes, and successes. The experiential learning theory is based on the idea that learning is a process whereby knowledge is created through experiential transformation. Next slide, please. Then, what is the vision of NEP 2020 on innovative pedagogy? Because it is our guideline, it is our directional force in our education sector, the NEP 2020. And NEP 2020 has talked about very much on innovation, creation, and innovative pedagogy. What it has been talked about? First of all, it has been talked about art integrated learning pedagogy. NEP 2020 has envisioned that education must be a joyful and experiential learning pedagogy. It is about identifying the needs and potential of the learners and nourishing them to provide holistic growth. The students actively participate in the process of learning, wherein they explore, develop, and express their understanding and creative output using various art forms and make connections across curricula. It is also called as cross-cutting pedagogy too. Then, project-based learning pedagogy. It is the pedagogy of reflective practice and collaboration, wherein students connect the concepts with real-life situations so that it could promote lifelong learning and 21st century skills using an online platform for engagement of learners. Because lifelong learning is the new concept, new emerging concept in the era of education. Education cannot be, learning cannot be stopped at any point of life. It must be lifelong. Then cutting edge pedagogy. It is the pedagogy of learning with innovation and problem solving skills, wherein students are engaged using technology because it is a digital world. The diverse needs of the learners are catered to using digital and technological platforms and interactive online or digital learning. Then, critical pedagogical approach. Critical pedagogy is the outcome of a very old, you can say, philosophy, but it has not been used in our educational system till date. So we have to adopt the critical pedagogical approach so that the students can be able to think over. They don't remain as a passive learner. They must be active learner. They must be utilize their brain and their thinking processes to solve the problems. This approach emphasizes enhancing the learner's critical thinking skills by raising questions such as what they are learning and why they are learning, problem posing, and letting these students to discover the answers by their own. Next slide. Next slide, please. So, what we can conclude over the term innovative pedagogy nowadays? How can we conclude it? The conclusion slide, last slide, please. The NEP 2020 mandates that the learning should be holistic, integrated, inclusive, enjoyable, and engaging. Means holistic means there cannot be a hard separation between curricular and co-curricular, between, you can say, general or professional education, or general or technical education, or art, science, and commerce type of education. It should be holistic. It should be integrated. That is, it should be multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, and all. Inclusive means no child can be left behind, because our right of education 2009 has given the right to education for all children, means nobody can left behind. It must be enjoyable. Then only the learning can be strengthened, then only the learning can be permanent, if the learner is enjoying his or her learning process and engaging. If the learner is detached from the total teaching learning process, then the learning cannot be, then the learning is good for nothing. So the learning or teaching pedagogy must be engaging to the learner. So the NEP 2020 mandates that the learning should have these qualities. In order to minimize rote learning and to encourage holistic development and 21st century skills, which has many types of skills, such as critical thinking, a learner must have critical thinker. He or she must have creativity skills, because in order to innovate, one must be creative. He or she has to have scientific temper, means he has a critical thinking, problem solving ability, research ability, experiential ability, observational power, and all. Multilingualism, because we have to embrace all cultural diversity, because India is a culturally rich country. Problem solving, ethics, because we are talking about the degradation of values in our education system, so ethics must be there. Social responsibility, we are very much become introvert nowadays. Only our progress, only our upliftment. We do not think about society, and we do not think about social responsibility. So the inculcation of social responsibility must be through educational system. And digital literacy, because in this digital world, we cannot taught digital natives without being digital. And curriculum, textbooks, pedagogy, and assessment at all stages of school education shall be transformed. Then only we can produce the 21st century learners who are ready to cope with the challenges of this new world. To close the gap in achievement of learning outcomes, classroom interactions will shift towards competency-based learning and education. We do not talk about ability-based learning, because ability is the power to do anything, but competency is the ability to do anything in well-mannered. Competency is one step ahead than ability. In this process, it is essential to understand the innovative ways of teaching and showcase, disseminate, and replicate the innovative strategies of successful teachers. This means if there are teachers who are successful, who are using very much innovative strategies in their classroom, then it must be showcased to other teachers, it must be disseminated, and it must be replicated to create an era of innovation and using innovative pedagogy in our educational system. Sorry, I'm not the next slide, and it is the last slide. I have concluded it. So thank you. And in this way, in a very short period, I try to cover the concept of innovation, innovative pedagogy, and what NEP 20 is talking about.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
In
Dr.
panel
Rashmi. Now you have given a general outline of innovative models in pedagogic practices. That was a good presentation. Now this floor is open for the participants. If you have any queries or questions or to add something to it, we have very little time, just 2 to 3 minutes. So participants may kindly respond to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The participants, if you want, you can type your questions in chat box also. So I think from your presentation side, it was very clear on the innovative pedagogy, the need, key elements, the innovative pedagogic clusters, the new pedagogies, then NEP 2020 on innovative pedagogy. I just have one clarification. What
Yes.
makes it different, this embodied learning and hands-on approach in our classroom?
Ma'am,
You speak
embodied
about
learning
embodied
means,
learning. Yeah.
yes, embodied learning means we have to use our body. Matlab, means only online teaching learning cannot serve its purpose because it lacks, you can say, the interaction between body and the environment. What we learn about, what we learn from environment, that is from the
So you
ZBT
focus
word.
on the physical classroom activities, right?
Yes,
You
yes,
speak
yes,
in that lines. Okay,
yes,
okay,
yes,
fine.
yes. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
So I think there are no questions in the chat books. Thank you, chat box. Thank you, Dr. Rashmi, for giving such a very good presentation. And from your slides also, it was very clear. And once again, congratulations. And in spite of bad weather, I think it's too cold there. You
Yes, ma'am, it is
did
10
your
degrees
best.
centigrade here.
Okay, okay. Thank you so
Okay, ma'am.
much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me invite the second presenter, Dr. Anu Verma, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Chitkara University, Punjab. She is an accomplished academician and passionate researcher with over 23 years of teaching experience. Currently serves as an assistant professor at Chitkara College of Education, Chitkara University, Punjab. Holding a doctorate in public administration, an MPhil in public administration, and master's degree in public administration, political science, education, and psychology. She is UGC NET qualified in public administration, CTEF paper 1 and 2, and possesses a bachelor's degree in public administration and education. Dr. Verma has authored and edited books, contributed to numerous book chapters, and received recognition for the best paper at international conferences twice. Actively engaging in conferences, seminars, symposiums, panel discussions, and workshops at both national and international levels, she recently undertook a 2-month research internship at JMK University of Applied Sciences in Finland. Additionally, Dr. Verma serves as the secretary for the Punjab and Chandigarh chapter for the Council for Education Administration and Management and is a lifelong member of prestigious organizations such as the Indian Institute of Public Administration, Council for Education Administration and Management, and New Public Administration Society of India. We welcome Dr. Anu Verma, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Chitkara University, Punjab, for a discussion on the topic Bridging the Gap Between Theory and Applications with Innovative Pedagogic Models.
Very good morning to one and all present here.
Good morning.
So I'll just be sharing my
Dr.
screen
Anu,
now.
one reminder, kindly adhere to the time. You'll be getting 15 minutes of time at your disposal.
I'll
Okay.
try my best, ma'am. Sure, yes. I'm sharing my screen, ma'am.
It hasn't come.
Some error is there.
Okay, if you find it difficult, you can have your oral presentation also. No.
I'll try again, ma'am. Then I'll just start with the present.
It's coming, I think. It's coming.
Yes, yes.
Okay, please make it full screen if possible.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I'm doing that, ma'am.
Yeah.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes. Very good. Please carry on.
Okay. Very good morning to one and all. In my presentation, basically, I'll try to connect theory concepts which are taught in the educational institutions with the practical applications. And I'll also try to discuss how innovative pedagogic models facilitate the seamless transition from theoretical understanding to practical skills and real-life scenarios. So my topic for the day is bridging the gap between theory and applications with innovative pedagogic models. pedagogic models, in which I have divided this whole statement into 4 elements. That is, theory and applications are the main components which are bridged or connected with the innovative pedagogic models. So I'll begin my presentation with a quote by Albert Einstein. In theory and practice are the same. In practice, they are not. So I'll take the first part, that is theory. And when we talk about theory is just whatever we are learning from the experience of others. It provides a deeper and conceptual understanding of a subject, but may not always be directly applicable in the real life situations. So if we look at theory from the educational perspective, it's just the basic knowledge or maybe the principles that form the foundation of a particular subject. So it is just an outcome from research, established principles and conceptual frameworks, as it focuses on what and why. So when we are talking about applications simply refer to the practical usage of the theoretical concepts or the knowledge in real world scenarios. It involves the abstract concepts, applying them to solve the real life situation and problems, taking informed decisions and creating tangible outcomes. So it focuses mainly on how. For example, if you want to teach children about air, or maybe what is the presence of air. So we can't see air, but yes, we can feel it, we can experience it. And we can take the case of COVID-19, which has taught us the concept of back to nature, or maybe the importance of oxygen. Another example can be, we can take the practical activity like placing the plant in the closed circuit or maybe in the closed room and keeping it outside. So we can feel the difference in some days. So this can also like help them to know about the concept of the importance of air. So we can use these methods. So another example which I am taking is the thumbs up. Like initially when we used to demotivate or discourage anybody or make jealous, we used to show a thumbs up. But nowadays people are looking forward to it and they want more thumbs up, because we can use it for victory or maybe for encouraging the participants or the candidates or anybody. Another concept is like 6 and 9. For example, if I'm sitting at my end and making 6 and I'm asking the other person who is sitting across the table what he can see. So maybe he can say 9. So the thing is that both are correct, even the teacher and the student. But the gap is the interpretation. So we have to, here the innovative pedagogy plays a role, like bridging the gap. So what are innovative pedagogic models basically? Innovative pedagogy is the process of proactively introducing new teaching strategies and methods into the classroom setting to actually identify and connect with the different types of learners, and thereby it also improves the academic outcomes and address real problems to promote equitable learning. It is a learner-centric approach which involves use of creative teaching methods, the different strategies which can encourage the students to think out of the box. So that will enhance their learning experiences and make their learning more joyful. It also involves beyond the traditional approaches, to move beyond the traditional approaches to education and incorporating new technologies, interactive activities, and learner-centered methodology to make education more meaningful and connecting it with real life. The innovative tools and techniques, if they are integrated in the educational setup, that can make educators more creative, more engaging. And here the student engagement is very more important because it is channelizing their energy. So it is making it more relevant and making the learning experiences more effective. And as such, the students are prepared for facing the challenges of the 21st century. It is also important to know the children, to explore their potential and to simply use this knowledge in their practical experience and prepare themselves for the global competence and also enhance the communication skills. So these are the different components of innovative pedagogic models. So active learning, personalized learning, and all these are the different models. So I'll be just quickly talking about all these. It involves active learning because here the students are encouraged to actively participate in whatever they are doing rather than the passive learners. So examples can be group discussions, case studies, problem solving activities, hands-on projects, which are also very much important for their formatives. Second is personalized learning. So this is like tailoring the instructions to meet the individual differences. And as such, we are trying to cater to their interests, their learning styles, and we are using here like different platforms to make it more personalized. So it is tailoring according to their needs and learning styles. Next is blended learning. Like we are here combining the face-to-face instructions with the online learning components, and this also allows the flexibility of the students in terms of when and where, because here we are talking about their preferences. Next is experiential learning, which is like we are providing hands-on experience to the students to connect with the theory knowledge with the real-life applications. Here, field trips, internships, simulations are more important. Game-based learning also, like nowadays the children, they are just switching from one screen to the other screen. So here we are trying to use the different games and the social media and the educational videos which are talking about more clarity of the concepts in a very interactive and entertaining manner. Then comes the project-based learning, which is focusing on real life, that is making the things more interdisciplinary so that we can connect together and we can encourage critical thinking, collaboration, and creativity. Next comes the ICT integration among another component. That is, if we are talking about the technological tools, that also enhances the learning process because they are using different platforms, they are connected to virtual reality, different digital sources, and that is making the learning environment more dynamic. Then collaborative learning also focuses where the students, they come together, they share the products, whether they are in one country or they are in different countries. So they are connecting globally. They are sharing their ideas, they are doing the projects all together. And this also facilitates teamwork and communication skills. Then when we talk about assessment and evaluation, these are the integral components because these are very, very important. And if we are incorporating innovative pedagogical models, that can enhance their effectiveness. Like, for example, if we can, but still there are certain challenges which are being faced. So if we are talking about, let us say, case studies, comparative studies, so here we are making them more global competent. We are talking about the in-depth study. So they can also create e-portfolios, and then we can integrate different project-based learnings to enhance their learnings. Then we can have peer assessments because we can not only learn through our experiences, but yes, we can learn from the others' experience also. Then another model is self-assessment, in which the students, they capture a better understanding of their skills and their weak points. Let us say, for example, in guidance and counseling, we can give one activity related to SWOT analysis so that they are better aware about their plus and minus points. Then we can also use the different assessment tools, maybe while online teaching, we can have simulations, or maybe offline teaching also. We can use different quizzes, we can have different platforms so that we can gather their feedback, that what they have learned. Then innovative pedagogy also fosters metacognitive skills because it is incorporating reflective practices, self-directed learning, and e-portfolios. Reflective learning is very important because it is guiding the students, giving directions to the students to assess their own progress, set their own goals, and then they can also reflect and learn from their own journey. Assessment criteria also helps in multidimensional rubrics because if they are aware of the rubrics, they can be prepared accordingly and they can have the mastery over the content and the skills. Next is competency-based or skill-based assessment, where the students, they can learn certain skills according to their interest, according to their taste. And then comes the feedback mechanisms. It also involves, like when we are talking about the feedbacks, the constructive feedback should be given continuously to the students so that they can learn. And that can be through maybe online platforms, discussion forums, or maybe collaborative tools. Technology enhanced learning is very important. Maybe when we are connected to the students, maybe through virtual reality, simulated learning, or maybe AI driven assessments, that helps them to evaluate their experiences, to be actively engaged in the activities. Then data information decision making. So here, by collecting the data and analyzing it from the different assessments in different forms, and then maintaining the anecdotal record of the students so that we can give them instructions and we can help them as mentors, as teachers, to facilitate their learning. So it is also very important. And all above, it is also very important for the professional development. Now, what is the relevance of using innovative pedagogic models? First is we are connecting with the real life. It's a broader perspective. We are addressing the shortcomings. Like, for example, mainly if we talk about theory only focuses on understanding the concepts. But practical knowledge helps us to learn how it is done, or maybe connecting it, how useful the knowledge is. So these are the different points of relevance. I'll not be explaining these, but I'll just go through it quickly. Improving learning outcomes, enhancing employability skills, critical thinking and problem solving ability, industry ready approach, that is preparing the students for the dynamic careers, innovation, industry academic collaboration, lifelong learning, meeting global standards, student engagement and motivation, and addressing diverse learning styles. So these are the points of relevance. So this is just what I have explained. These are the, and then I'll simply talk about that it's high time to address all these challenges, because if we are adopting a comprehensive and collaborative approach, maybe between institutions, faculty, policymakers, industry partners, then it is very important that we are making the students industry ready. And that can only happen if we are integrating the practical applications into the curriculum, fostering interdisciplinary approach, providing adequate resources, maybe the digital or physical infrastructure, or maybe the competent faculty, and emphasizing on experiential learning that can bridge the gap between the theoretical knowledge and practical applications in the academic settings. So I'll just conclude that bridging the gap between theory and applications through innovative pedagogic models is imperative for holistic education and sustainability. By integrating practical experiences into theoretical frameworks, students not only grasp the concepts, but they comprehend it in a better manner, and they can also cultivate critical thinking and problem-solving skills. Project-based learning, real-world simulations, and technology-enhanced assessments facilitate a seamless transition from theory to applications, fostering a deeper understanding of concepts. The integration of innovative pedagogic models into assessment and evaluation practices can also create a more dynamic and student-centric learning environment. This approach not only assesses the students' knowledge, but also fosters critical skills, creativity, adaptability, and preparing them for the future challenges. So in our university, we have come up with this book on innovative pedagogy, where 21 tools are being used. And we are also having this daily teaching tips, just say, for example, how Pictionary or maybe newspapers or concept maps or different things can be used for the activities. And then we are also having the different teachers Excel sheets, where we are talking about the different concepts. Just say, for example, mind mapping, how mind mapping is used in the science, in medical sciences, in nursing, in law, in education, in psychology, to enhance the learning of the students. Then this is another example of simulation method, like how we are using simulation method in different departments. So these are the references, and I'll just conclude my presentation with this quote: knowledge is of no value unless put it into practice. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Over to
Yes, thank you, Dr. Anu Verma, for giving a good presentation on the topic bridging the gap between theory and application with innovative pedagogic models. Now the floor is open. Participants, kindly respond if you want to add something or to ask some questions. It's that time right now. Your slides were self-explanatory, ma'am. It was very good. The presentation was very good because you have given the relevance of using innovative pedagogic models and how you apply in your classrooms. Even though many of the practices that you put forward were much familiar, you have given a new face for it and how to integrate it in our classrooms.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Questions? There's some question. Mithila Raj, If you want to share or ask something, please do it. So Anu Verma from Chitkara University, Punjab had
Yes,
done a
ma'am.
very good presentation. So it's very clear, ma'am, from your side. And once again, yes, any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I have a
Yes,
question.
please be fast.
Ma'am, I have a doubt like how can you improve this innovative pedagogical thing in this online assessment and all those things?
Oh, how can we improve it in online platform? That was your
Uh,
question?
yeah, we are giving online assessment to children in classrooms, but how you can improve your assessment and also this feedbacks by innovative pedagogy?
Ma'am, basically we have when we take the online classes, we can go for different modes. Like we have flipped learning, then we have a blended form, and then we actually, like in our university, we try to give the pre-read study materials, videos, and many other e-content material, and they can go through, and in the classrooms we can discuss. So that saves the time, and it actually facilitates the active learning in the classroom because they are already aware, they have read, and they have already gone through the different contents. Second is we can while using the online platforms, we can use different online quizzes. There are different like platforms where the online quizzes, the different platforms are there, and at the same time we can use those platforms, and we can go through the assessment right at the same time. So that will actually assess the students' performance immediately.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am,
Thank
for
you for
responding to my
Like
clarifying that.
Menti platform is there, many other Quizlets are there, many other things are there.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. I think she has clarified the doubt raised by Mithila Raj. Now, since we are short of time, I think we shall move to the next presentation. Before that, congratulations, Dr. Anu Verma, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Anuvama, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, please call the next presenter. Invite the next presenter.
Let me invite the third presenter, Dr. Rupam Priya. Dr. Rupam Priya has been working as an assistant professor, teacher education in English at Nalini Devi Women's College of Teacher Education, Bhubaneswar. She holds a PhD degree in the realm of higher education from Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. With more than 12 years of teaching experience in teacher education program. Her other qualifications include master's degree in chemistry and English, MEd, NET in education and postgraduate certificate in teaching of English from English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. She specializes in pedagogy of English, pedagogy of physical science, language across curriculum, multilingual education, philosophical and sociological foundation of education, research methodology, teacher education, along with educational administration and management. She has served as a content writer, a resource person, and also presented her work at various national and international fora. In addition, she has contributed in the area of early childhood care and education for many research projects undertaken at CECED Ambedkar University, Delhi, in collaboration with UNICEF and World Bank. We welcome Dr. Rupam Priya, ma'am, on her discussion on the topic Empowering Diverse Voices in Education Strategies for Inclusive Practice and Social Justice.
Dr. Rubam?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You will get 15 minutes of time. Okay, 15 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Let me share the screen. I want to share.
Okay.
Just a moment. Is it showing?
It's not coming, ma'am. Or else you can make that oral presentation if it's comfortable from your side, because I think the bandwidth is very low from your side.
Oh, think so. Okay. I have shared my presentation with you. You can play from there if it's not working. Okay. So thank you very much for the lovely and kind words, ma'am. You have introduced me so well, and I'm definitely elated to be here. First of all, I extend my warm greetings to Professor VM Sashikumar and Dr. Soni Mary Verghis, and the entire organizing team of the Distinguished International Conference hosted by Pete Memorial Training College, Mavelikara. And wishing a very warm afternoon to all the esteemed dignitaries present over here. So, prior to beginning, my presentation scheduled for today titled Empowering Diverse Voices in Education, Strategies for Inclusive Practices and Social Justice will primarily center on essential concepts and strategies geared towards cultivating inclusivity, diversity, and social justice within educational environments, and it will emphasize the provision of practical strategies and approaches to promote inclusive practices in both educational settings and the broader educational setups. So when we prior to going ahead, let us just analyze a few situations. I wish I could share the, yes. Can you go to the next slide? Yes, please. Next slide, please. Yes. So prior to moving ahead, let's just analyze few situations. So there is a child named Bizuli who is from a marginalized group, has never been to school, comes from a very poor family, and speaks a language that is not the main language of instruction at the school, and thus she feels hesitant going to school. Another situation is there is another child whose name is Rana and who has had polio. Can you move on to the next slide? So there is another child. Next slide, please. So this child who is Rana has had polio once, and he has difficulty in walking, and therefore, and he also has never been to school and sits at home doing nothing, afraid to go out in case of being called names, labeled with certain names, and is out of school. So when we talk about diversity, inclusion, and social justice, we all know that the National Education Policy 2020 also has integrated the principles of diversity and inclusion across the policy document, featuring two specific chapters in part 1 and part 2 respectively, school education and in higher education, namely chapter 6 and chapter 14, which is specifically dedicated to equitable and inclusive education. These chapters delve into the concerns, obstacles, and suggestions for the inclusion of underrepresented student groups, including children with disabilities, now categorized under socio-economically disadvantaged groups, known as SEDGs, which serve as an overarching term encompassing gender identities, sociocultural and socioeconomic identities, geographical identities, as well as different disabilities. So, and we also know, can you move to the next slide? Fifth slide, please. And in addition, we have multiple key initiatives also. So we have witnessed major key initiatives in the form of what we call, next slide, please. In the form of what we call the Integrated Education for Disabled Children scheme, which was launched in 1974, the District Education Program, the National Policy on Education, the very famous PIDE project, and the Persons with Disability Act 1995, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan 2000, making all schools disabled friendly, a very welcoming initiative taken in the year 2020. Making all schools disabled friendly, taking welcoming initiative taken in the year March 2005. Disabled friendly by 2020, and the Rights of Persons with Disability Act 2016. In addition, there is some very recent Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, which was launched in the year 2018, and the National Education Policy 2020. So they all have raised voices, empowering diverse voices in education, and thus it becomes imperative and indeed a major thrust area in the country currently. Now the question emerges: why do we need? What is the necessity for inclusive practices? Next slide, please. So researchers have proved that inclusive practices have positive impact on academic achievement. And when I say so, diverse and inclusive learning environments positively impact academic achievement, and because students are more likely to succeed when they feel a sense of belonging and when their unique learning styles and needs are considered. Uh, Researchers have also proved that it brings benefits for social developments, because it fosters a sense of community and belonging, reducing feelings of isolation and promoting social cohesion. It contributes to the development of positive social skills, teamwork, and cooperation. And nonetheless, diversity and inclusion has led to overall well-being of students, ensuring that all students, regardless of their background, have equal access to educational opportunities. Can you move on to the next slides, please? Next. Ninth or 10th slide, maybe. Yes, 10th. Next. So when we talk about equitable and inclusive education identifies and attempts to eliminate barriers, promotes a sense of belonging, lays the foundation for success and better learning outcomes for all learners. And when we talk about social justice, it becomes pertinent to acknowledge that to ensure social justice in education, we will have to address the prevailing systemic inequalities and opt for equitable policies. Next slide, please. So let us also recognize that diversity and inclusion seeks for an immediate change, and that change begins from within us. We need to bring about an attitudinal change by eliminating any doubts or fears which prevails within us. That is why it is urgently required to believe in the philosophy of inclusion and diversity. Institutions are a mirror of society. They are a replica of society, and we individually, together, we make societies. So it is our own values, our beliefs, our attitudes which will be reflected in our institutions. So let us look into our own hearts first to ask, what is our own philosophy for inclusion and justice? Do we really believe that diversity adds values to our learners' education? And even if we believe so, then that has to be translated in policies and putting them into practices. And then only we can own the responsibility for this change. Let's say, as a simple measure, if any school, each school, for that matter, if each school clearly states printed in its school brochure or signboards that in our school, all children will be accepted, respected, without discrimination. How do you think the situation of children, like as I stated earlier, as I mentioned earlier, Bijuli and Rana, uh, in the beginning slides would have been? Certainly their situations would have been different, similar to a large number of study group of children in our country, isn't it? So when policies are written for inclusion and diversity, they also need to be practiced, because only writing the policy would not make things work. Rather, it has to be practiced first by institutions and educators. Teachers need to change their methods of instructions so that they can connect to each other. Can we move on to the next slide? Yes. So the role of institution and educators become to foster commitment to social justice, creating a supportive environment for one and all learners. Next slide. Next slide, please. So, and it further requires an immediate call to action from institutions and educators across the country. And when we talk about call to action, it needs a clear commitments to inclusive education from institutions. And they have to invest in professional development programs and workshops for teachers, review and update curriculum materials to ensure inclusivity and relevance. And they need to prioritize the safety and well-being of students, provide resources and ample support for mental health and well-being of each and everyone in the workspace. Institutions should facilitate regular interactions between educators, parents, and community members. And on the other hand, educators have to adopt inclusive teaching practices. They need to engage in ongoing professional development to enhance skills related to inclusive teaching, cultural competence, and understanding diverse learning needs. They also need to advocate for a curriculum that reflects the diversity of cultures, histories, and perspectives. They have to foster an environment where all students feel physically and emotionally safe, address instances of discrimination, bullying, or exclusion promptly and proactively, actively involve parents and families in the educational process. Next slide, please. And when again we talk about institutions, their role is very, very pertinent, important. So they have to support educators in to the possiblest ways in their advocacy efforts, and actively engage with policymakers to influence positive changes in education policies. And educators have to advocate for policies that promote inclusivity, address systemic inequalities, and advance social justice in education. They have to encourage a culture of continuous improvement by providing resources and support for educators to engage in reflective practices. By regularly reflecting on teaching practices, seeking feedback from students, and adapt instructional methods to better meet the evolving needs of diverse learners. They must invest in technology infrastructure and provide training for educators to effectively integrate digital tools that support inclusive practices. And educators need to utilize technology to enhance inclusivity in education. Institutions need to establish scholarship programs, financial aid, and support systems to ensure that economic constraints do not hinder students' access to quality education. And educators support initiatives that provide financial assistance to students from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. Can we move on to next slide, please? Next. So, the role of institutions and educators is is immensely important, and inclusive and culturally responsive teaching has to be promoted across the country by each and every stakeholder of education system. Institutions and educators need to promote critical pedagogy. They have to model social justice values, incorporate social justice issues in lessons, encourage critical media literacy, global awareness and solidarity, supporting marginalized strata of students, creating opportunities for dialogue, participating in social justice initiatives, inspiring civic engagements. So, with such initiatives, definitely social justice, diversity, and inclusion, when we talk about, it is an interconnected goal that complement each other. And by recognizing and valuing differences, actively promoting inclusivity, and addressing systemic issues, society can move closer to achieving the ideals of social justice for all. So, can we move to the next slide? So, in conclusion, next slide, please. So, in conclusion, when we talk about social justice, diversity, and inclusion, collaborative efforts needed from both educators and institutions, and from each and every stakeholder at large, to create an education system in India that is truly inclusive, equitable, and aligned with the principles of social justice. It calls for a sustained commitment to fostering an environment where every student, regardless of their background, can thrive and reach their full potential, because education is one of the greatest equalizer of the society, and education is the single greatest tool for achieving social justice and equality, as NEP 2020 rightly opines. Thank you very much, and I'm open to the questions, if any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rupam Priya. That was a very variety presentation from your side on the topic, empowering diverse voices in education, strategies for inclusive practices and social justice. Any questions, participants?
Good afternoon, madam. In the context of NEP 2020,
Yes.
how this particular concept of inclusion could be practically implemented in schools and colleges?
Sir, NEP 2020 talks about systemic overhauling in terms of propagating this and creating this culture of inclusion and diversity as far as our country is concerned. So they from beginning from local to the country level, they seek countrywide support from every individual to achieve this goal of inclusion and diversity. And for this, the NEP policy document talks about joining hands in every possible way, like the local, like integrating people, including people from every strata of society to the process of education, so that they can build, they can translate the practices to the reality. Thank you.
Any other questions or queries, or anybody wants to add something to ma'am's presentation? You can do it in 2 to 3 minutes. So, ma'am, you spoke about the inclusive practices, then the head, heart, and hand, and the role of institutions and educators also. in promoting this inclusive practices. Can you cite about some roles that are performed by the NGOs, even though it is from a different sector, because they are doing laudable services?
Yes, yes. There are many NGOs. I have just come across an NGO named Setu. Then in Delhi, there is an organization named Tamanna. So these people, they work for the benefit and welfare of marginalized section of children. And what they do, they try to leverage, they try to establish connection, they try to connect the governmental policies into practice uh, at the grassroots
The
level.
governmental support
With the
regarding.
government, of
Yeah.
course, they try to connect with the governments and then try to translate those the policies through practices in reality. So that is how they try to they work as a bridging the gap between the barriers and for
Yeah.
bridging
Rather
and
than
achieving.
limiting to educational inclusion, I think the gender inclusion factor is more concentrated by the NGOs with respect
Yes.
to our boys and girls in school. Even though initially we spoke about the women or girl child education, now we are speaking about that gender
Yes, yes.
education. So that,
Gender,
yeah,
gender in addition to when we talk about inclusion, inclusion is for everything.
yeah,
Even the gifted child needs proper attention
attention.
because he or she may get, feel isolated. So, and that is what NEP also talks about that in B.Ed, for example, in B.Ed curricula, they have opined that to come up with a particular course for teaching gifted children so that we can tap those
Yeah,
talents and caliber.
giftedness.
So this policy document and along with such initiatives we are focusing more on tapping the talent pool and bringing to the mainstream the underprivileged and marginalized section of society to the mainstream. So that is the whole idea of inclusion and diversity. Thank you, ma'am.
So, okay, Dr. Anuvama, that was a wonderful presentation from your side, linking all the social factors of inclusion also. Congratulations from our side. God bless you. Thank you. Now we shall move to the last presentation of this morning's morning panel presentation.
Let me invite the fourth presenter, Dr. N. Johnson. Dr. N. Johnson is working as the head Department of Lifelong Learning, Alagappa University, Karaikudi. He has 17 years of teaching experience. He has guided and completed 5 PhD scholars in education, 11 MPhil scholars, and 35 PG students. He is a deputy coordinator of SWAYAM, deputy coordinator of Swachh Bharat, member of Jeevan Kaushal, and PCP coordinator of MA, department coordinator of ROSA, NIRF, and IQAC. He is a mentor in the online program for international students. He has completed 2 ICSSR projects, 1 consultancy project, 1 major project under RUSA, 1 minor project under AURF, and 1 international project with University of Greenwich, UK. He is skillful in developing e-content modules and had conducted many extension activities. He is a vice chairman of Tamil Nadu and treasurer of Council of Educational Administration and Management. Further, chairman of Council of Teacher Education Foundation. He is diligent and good researcher who is having research bent of mind. He has published many research papers in national and international conferences. He also published articles in Scopus, peer-reviewed, and UGC Care Journal. He is a member, editor, and reviewer of various national and international journals. He had received Global Goodwill Ambassador and International Award, Best Faculty, Young Administrator, and Pristine Review Award. He is also a recipient of Emerging Faculty in Education Award. We welcome Dr. Johnson for his discussion on the topic Futuristic Perspectives of Adult Literacy and Lifelong Learning.
Very good afternoon to all present here. I'm indeed happy to meet you all in this online platform for the discussion to be held on futuristic perspective of adult literacy and lifelong learning. First, I would like to take
Dr. Johnson, you'll get 15 minutes of time, okay?
Madam,
15
I
minutes.
will be to that. I'll be yes. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, please make it full screen.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Is the screen visible to you?
Yes, it's visible, but I think it's not in, from my side, it's not in full screen mode. Participants, can you see the full screen? Or else this will do. This will
Yes.
do.
First, I would like to congratulate the principal for having given me this opportunity to discuss about the futuristic perspective of adult literacy and lifelong learning. I would like to take this platform to thank Dr. V.M. Sashikumar sir, Dr. K.Y. Benedict sir, Geeta madam, Dr. Rajeshwari madam, Dr. Pramod, and also Nimi Maria Oman madam, who is the moderator for today's session, and all my friends and students, those who have joined this online platform. Today, we will be discussing, or I will be throwing some light on the futuristic perspective of adult literacy and lifelong learning. Before going on to this adult literacy and lifelong learning, this adult literacy has been in good old days, even in international forum, as well as in national forum, people had a little interest to speak about adult literacy. And they had less interest to speak about the people, those who are deviant from the formal system of education. But what happened as the fleet of seconds passed upon, people were very much worried about the adult learners who are also the part and parcel of the society that we live in. Therefore, whenever the government comes over with different promulgation of different policies, different benefits for the peoples, it is not reached over to the grassroots level. In that case, what happened? This became an alarming situation for the government, not only of Indian government, but also international purview also. Therefore, what happened when they began to check over what is the real situation of the adult learners, how well they are literate, in what way they are the exclusion of the system, entire system, they have been excluded. That's what. Therefore, how we need to bring over them to the inclusive part, how we need to promote them to give them the basic literacy. That is the main purpose of speaking of this adult literacy program. Then what happened? They have promulgated different policies over for the betterment of the adult learners. They are also called as neo-literates. Therefore, what are the ways, what are the strategies should be brought about to bring the adult learners to know about the basic literacy? That is the main purpose of the government. Therefore, different schemes was started over, but that schemes was not that much purposeful, and it was not rendering the full, I should say, full support to the adult learners. Then what happened? This adult learners concept was slowly diminishing, and even when the universities was taking up vested with the adult department of adult and continuing education, what happened? The government was giving many funds for promotion of adult learners, even in India also. Many funds was given to the universities to promote the adult learners. But what happened? In letter and spirit, it doesn't reach over the adult learners, and it didn't serve the purpose which the funds have been disseminated. There was a huge lacunae and gap over which have been existing even at national perspective and also international perspective. Then what happened? The UNESCO, it was a prime agency to promote the adult learners, to give them the basic literacy. Therefore, it came out with a different shift over at a look of the perspectives of the adult learners. A lifelong learning concept was being emulated, and it has got over the whims and fancies of nook and corner of all the policy stakeholders, all the
Sir,
government.
excuse me, you are still in the first slide. No, it's not
Yes.
moving, I think.
Okay, madam. Yes. Therefore, this was the alarming situation. Then what happened? The government come out with a new National Education Policy 2020, and the Sustainable Development Goals also was speaking of the lifelong learning concept in detail over, and it wants to promote education for all, and that is the global connect of NEP 2020. And the UNESCO was also streamlining the policy. It was making a policy decisions of promoting a lifelong learning concept in all across all domains of learning. And this is what the New India Literacy Program was mainly concentrating upon. The Indian government, after the NEP 2020 has come out over with full vigor and trigger, it was mainly concentrating on the 5 basic important components, namely the foundational literacy and numeracy, the critical life skills, which is compromising of the financial literacy, digital literacy, legal literacy, healthcare, family welfare. And the third core concept is that the basic education, which is of the level of equivalency. And fourth is the vocational skills. And at last, the continuing education. This was 5 different pillars the literacy has been confined to for the adult learners. And different stakeholders were also involved for taking this mission over as a full-fledged mission across India to nook and corners at grassroots level. For that, the government and the UGC, higher education, has also come out with a different policy decision making in making the students are also involved over, not only teacher educators, not only students across all disciplines, IITs, IIM, state government, central government, academic bodies, NGOs, all have been taken over in promulgating lifelong learning concept has blossomed over across all disciplines over, making the concept of lifelong learning into a visible pathway of learning across all the platform immaterial of the age group. And that is was the main crux area of this NEP 2020 also. Next, the different focus of the session, it was with the involvement of higher education, academic bodies, of institutional involvement, teachers involvement, students involvement, and also the department involvement was taken into account. And this is the existing scenario in India, adult education as well as the higher education, which has been taken over in the starting from the beginning to now at present. The agricultural extension work, how it was carried out in 1915s, it was renamed as the extension education, and the different universities have taken over the teaching, research, and extension in different departments of adult and continuing education. And how this UGC has given an extension policy to in the year 1977, and in the year 2007 to 12, what happens? The UGC guidelines on lifelong learning concept has been stressed upon, and different departments of adult and continuing education was renamed to Department of Lifelong Learning. And now the new National Education Policy 2020 is mainly concentrating on the adult learners and making them to give upon the basic literacy for the adult learners. That is the main thing. And this is a existing scenario in India, which the UGC and adult education has taken over different as a forefront over in bringing out a drastic change over in the adult learners through the lifelong learning concept of the 12th plan. That is over. And these are our key points. how higher education and adult education are connected for long, and the different trust areas in adult education, literacy, lifelong learning concept, and national economic development was spoken even at a national and international perspective, and different CNCL. Now at present, the CNCL, which is taken over by NCRT, and they are doing a very good job over in disseminating or making the adult learners to involve across all domains, and different stakeholders are involved through this CNCL. And this is with respect to the international initiatives of adult education across different countries. Different campaigns are being held over, and you shall see over from the slides also. These are all the major challenges faced by the nations while implementing adult education with respect to the higher education in Connect. Here, the problem decomposition is taken over into account of studying or breaking down into smaller problems and how it shall be solved over in a synchronized manner. This problem decomposition is one of the good method for the adult learners to be involved over and make them literate also. This is all with respect to the theoretical understanding and empirical understanding of how this is going to bring over a drastic change over. And this is with respect to the complexities of the types of literacy to be imparted. And this is with respect to different models which has been widely implemented over for the adult learners, and it is also brought over a fruitful effect for the adult learners. And one such effect is most important is that experiential learning model, and as well as the constructivist model. This is playing a very good part over for the bringing the adult learners into the cogwheel of learning. This is how the technology is also being helpful for the adult learners. TPAC framework is given, and the chain models. Yes. And at last, I will move on to the last slide. How the different organizations are going to be involved over in making the adult learners to be in the pipeline and make them literate person. This is with respect to the universities, and this is on with respect to the academic point. And this is about the National Education Policy 2020, which is going to mainly take us to the national goals in fulfilling and connecting us at the global view, and the vision and the action of bringing innovation and sustainability. And this is being done over for the adult learners, and now many programs, many workshops, and many field trips are being conducted for the adult learners to make them a literate one. And this National Education Policy 2020 is paying a plethora of pipeline for making the adult learners to get much benefited out of the policy. This is all with respect to the futuristic perspectives of adult literacy and now the lifelong learning concept. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. If you have any questions, you shall ask us.
Yes, Dr. Johnson has presented on futuristic perspectives of adult literacy and lifelong learning. So there was a technical glitch from your side that this PowerPoint was not moving, the slide was not moving. So we couldn't see what was the information that was put on your slides. Okay, that is not an issue from your side, but in technology it happens so. Now its floor is open. Any questions? Sir, I just have one query with respect to adult literacy regarding the developing countries and the developed countries. What about the status of it?
With respect to the developed countries as well as the developing countries, there are peoples, and there is a massive group of peoples who are away from the education stream, formal education stream. And based on that only, the UNESCO, what happened, it has, while studying about the adult learners, there was a huge gap of adult learners, those who are not in the formal system of education. And international perspectives also, there are many adult learners who are deprived of education. And we shall see when we are going over to the statistical part of how many adult learners are deprived over in international forum. It comes over to 25 percentage to 28 percentage of adult learners are deprived. They are not in the formal system of education at the international global perspective. But in Indian point, what happens, this is going to, the percentage is much higher when compared to the international perspective. And hence, this made the policy holders to think about and to formulate a policy which will be much suitable for the adult learners, to bring them, to help them out over, to have the basic literacy for them also. Because as an inclusive part, our government wants to have an inclusive mode. We don't want the adult learners to be deprived of their education. Therefore, since our motto is that to promote education for all, therefore the Department of Adult and Continuing Education, which was now named as Department of Lifelong Learning, and different national bodies are also taking up this as a full-fledged spirit to promote adult education to the adult learners.
Yes, okay, sir. Thank you so much. One more doubt
Yes.
regarding the age range of this adult illiterate people is also in different range. So, how can you give a curriculum? I think that will be focused through non-formal modes.
Yes. Now, what happens? The government has been taking over through the mobile learning. Also, it is being, the technology part are also being implemented. Now, each and every place in rural area, this adult learning centers are being implemented over through the JSS, Jan Siksha Sansthan, and different NGOs. What happens? They are given a volunteership, a volunteerism. The NGOs are given a volunteerism to make them to involve in the promotion of adult education. Therefore, and different NGOs are coming up, and different volunteerism concept not only is mainly emphasized for NGOs, but also for the students, formal education, those who undergone the formal education. They should also serve the society. Whoever of graduate, say, or persons those who are doing a B.Ed program, all these peoples has to be involved over, because there is a large mass of Indian peoples, Indian adult learners who are not in the formal system of education. And now, recently, the UGC has also given the guidelines of involving all the stakeholders.
Yes.
Even teacher education also, peoples from teacher education also should be involved. They should make at least one student should make 5 adult learners. They should coach
Okay.
them, teach them, and make them as an adult literate person.
That is a new initiative, right?
That is a new initiative of this national education policy, and the guidelines has also come out over recently.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you so much for having such a good presentation and clarifying all doubts. So once again, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for all the August body for a patient listening. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome. So this first day we have witnessed 4 good panel presentations, and the panel presenters Dr. Rashmi Singh, Dr. Rubam Priya, Dr. Anu Verma, and Dr. N. Johnson. They have put forward their intellectual thoughts, and that have strengthened us and that have inculcated in us new insights on education 5.0. And once again, congratulations to all the panelists, because their dedication, their efforts have in fact given a good result this morning. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
We
you.
may request Dr. Shivapriya KR, Assistant Professor, Peak Memorial Training College, to propose the vote of thanks.
Just a thank you is a mighty powerful prayer, says it all. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries present here. As a member of the family, I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this precious occasion. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making this occasion a resounding success. The education system has undergone significant changes over the years. Here, we have got an opportunity to understand the latest changes. To begin, on behalf of Council for Teacher Education Foundation Kerala, Council for Education Administration and Management, and Beat Memorial Training College Mavelikara, I would like to thank Professor Nimmi Maria Umman, Academic Coordinator CTEF Kerala, who moderated the session effectively throughout by coordinating all the resource persons who talked on different themes. Now, I place on record our gratitude to Dr. Rashmi Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, SS Khana Girls Degree College, University of Allahabad. Her presentation imparted a new perspective on innovative models in pedagogic practices. Our sincere thanks to Dr. Anu Verma, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Chitkara University, Punjab, for shedding light on new ways for bridging the gap between theory and applications with innovative pedagogic models. Now I would like to thank Dr. Rupam Priya, Assistant Professor, Nalini Devi Women's College of Teaching Education, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Next, I would like to thank Dr. N. Johnson, Head of Department of Lifelong Learning, Alagappa University, Tamil Nadu. Heuristic perspective of adult literacy and lifelong learning underline that learning never ends. Last but not least, I would like to thank the people who work behind the scene and each one of you who made this program memorable for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you all organizers for giving me a golden opportunity to moderate this session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We are restarting our thematic session on sustainable water management and climate smart agriculture for livelihood and food security, which was postponed due to some network issues. We request Dr. Manoj P. Samuel to lead the session.
Thank you. And I'm extremely sorry for the technical glitch. Actually, I was not aware that it is disconnected, and I was continuing speaking, and that means I was continuing my presentation. But anyway, we will restart it. I am sharing my slides. Just a minute. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think we covered, 3 or 4 slides before I got disconnected, so that we will start from here. So the climate change, I was speaking about the climate change, and these days what we observe is that the number of heavy rainfall events are coming more, and light to moderate rainfall events are coming less. That means the numbers are actually on a diminishing trend. And climate change has a lot of impacts, whether both direct as well as indirect impacts are there. Especially, we have to look towards the impact in agricultural sector. One of the study shows that, if the temperature goes by 2 degrees centigrade up, then the corresponding reduction in wheat production is 0.75 ton per hectare. So that is a huge number. And the future years we will be having a lot of issues with the climate change. And what is the reason behind climate change and how it is affecting everything, so that I will not be spending much time on that. But one thing is, the UN Secretary General recently told, now the days of global warming has gone and the days of global boiling has started. Now last year, the average global temperature was 16 degrees centigrade. It is actually in the history of the globe, it is first time the temperature has reached to such an extent. So that in the future years, anyway, the temperature is going up. And as per the IPCC, the average rise in global temperature is 0.18 degrees centigrade. And now the temperature, now the average global temperature rised almost 1.2 degrees centigrade from the pre-industrial era, that is from 1880s. And the global community has reached a consensus, and that the temperature of the globe has to be limited within 1.5 degrees centigrade. That is the threshold they have decided upon. But as per the business as usual scenario continues, the temperature of the globe is going to reach 1.5 degree threshold within another 1 or 2 decades, and by the end of this century the temperature of the globe is going to reach 2 degrees centigrade. And a small increase in the temperature is going to affect our climate in a big way in the future years. And maybe the more heat waves and more floods, more the ERs, extreme rainfall events, may occur in the future years. So that what we can do, so that climate change we can manage in two ways. One is mitigation, how we can manage the climate change may not occur. That means we can actually control the global warming up to some extent. That's why we are speaking more about carbon neutral economy, carbon neutral villages, net zero systems, and all these things. So how we can reduce the emission of greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide, and so that the global warming can be controlled. Why, how global warming is happening, you all know. So that we have to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases. At the same time, we have to increase the sinks, we have to increase the sequestration. So that's why we are speaking more about the climate neutral or carbon neutral systems these days. And the COP28 recently concluded in Dubai also actually decided upon the same. They told that by the end of maybe we should not allow the temperature of the globe should go beyond 1.5 degree centigrade. But the problem is, the major responsible countries for the climate change, they have to compensate to other countries. They are getting affected by the climate change in a more severe way, and they are not directly responsible for emission of huge amount of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. That's why carbon crediting, the compensation, all this, all these discussions are going on across the globe. And as far as India is concerned, apart from the climate, another major area where we have to seriously think about is, it is the water management. The total water availability in India presently is 1123 billion cubic meter. That is the total supply we have. And the total demand for India, as far as today is concerned, around 850 or 900 billion cubic meters. So that now our demand is less than the supply, and we can manage. But the projections, in the projection by 2050, the total water demand is going to be around 1400 or even 1450 billion cubic meters. So that how we will get extra water, how we can meet our demand with the limited supply. So there will be a huge issue in the future years, how we can manage this. So that there are two options. One is to increase the supply, and the second is to reduce the demand. Increase the supply is not very much easy. We can increase the supply by means of, rainwater harvesting, groundwater recharge, and this reduce, reuse, and recycle. Especially recycling wastewater is one of the options where we can produce much amount of utilizable water. Especially in some of the countries like Singapore, 30% of their water is actually, they're called new water. It is coming through recycling process, recycling their gray water. But in India, the water which is actually recycled and recirculated is only less than 1%. So that we can increase the supply by means of all these processes, maybe as I told, rainwater harvesting, recharge, and recycling. But the same time, but it is very less amount. But at the same time, other area is very important. That is reducing the demand. We are using huge amount of water for most of our activities. Our water footprint is so huge. In India, the water footprint is the water we use for producing 1 unit of finished product, or 1 kg of unit finished product. So that, for example, if 1 cup of coffee, if you drink, the corresponding water, the virtual water you are using is almost 60 to 70%. That means including the cultivation of coffee, processing the coffee beans, and all these things. Similarly, 1 kg of rice for producing 3,500 liters of water we are using. One shirt which myself and you are wearing, the average water use, the water footprint in India is 18,000 liters. But the global average is only 8,500 liters. What is the meaning? In India, most of the commodities we are using extra water. Our water footprint is more compared to the global average. Similarly, carbon footprint is another, another concept. That is the average amount of carbon emitted while producing 1 kg of finished product. For example, 1 kg of marinated shrimp. If you are going to the global market, the people are ready. The global community is ready to pay premium price for for your product if it is having less carbon footprint. So that in the future, the communities, the globes, the countries will be speaking on in the terms of carbon crediting. And maybe in the future, maybe our LSGDs will be speaking on the terms of carbon crediting. For example, if Ernakulam city people has to pay to the neighboring panchayat, maybe Chellanam or Kadamakudi, because the carbon emitted by this, the citizens in Ernakulam corporation area, it is getting neutralized, or it is sequestrated in the areas in the panchayat nearby. So that naturally the corporation has to pay something to the panchayat for the ecological services they are providing. So that maybe in the future the globe is looking towards that. In the COP28 also there was a lot of discussion on this, but finally we got the compensation from the richer countries, the developed countries, the countries which they are emitting maximum amount of greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. It was limited. We expected a lot of contribution from them, a lot of commitment from them, but they were not ready to go that much contribution to the other countries, which is actually really suffering from out of this huge emissions, along with the other countries, of course, but they are not really responsible for that. And you can see on the right side of my slide there, there's a comparison of three countries. One is Israel, one is China, another is India. Israel, it is 3.92, is India, it is 0.39, and China, it is 1. That is a ratio, agricultural GDP per cubic liter of fresh water withdrawn for agriculture. What is the meaning? With the same amount of water, Israel is producing 10 times more fruit and vegetables, more food grains, more cereals compared to India. And China, which is having more or less same demographical characteristics, they are producing almost 2.5 times more agriculture production compared to us with the same amount of water. So that in India, our water efficiency is less, irrigation efficiency is less, so that we have a lot of opportunity to increase these parameters. That will, of course, it will lead to reduction in the demand, and we can save more water by reducing the demand. This water can be used for better use. And again, groundwater. This is from UNESCO's report. This is very alarming. The total groundwater extraction by both the giants, America and US and China together, is only 25% of India's total groundwater extraction. So that you can think how huge quantity, how much groundwater we are extracting, what a huge quantity of groundwater we are extracting. So that, of course, we have to think about that. And again, another issue you can see in the lines given in the bottom, increase in 1% of irrigated area with groundwater leads to 2.2% hike in greenhouse gas emission. There is a trade-off. We have to bring more area under irrigation because we have to produce more food, fodder, and fuel. But at the same time, if you lift water from more depth, naturally we have to burn more fuel. We have to use more electricity. Naturally, emissions will be more. So that what we will do? So that again, if we can increase the irrigation efficiency by 1%, the corresponding reduction in greenhouse gas emission is 20%. And for all of us, these are all the challenges before us: the climate change impact, recurring floods and droughts, increasing emission of greenhouse gases, water security, quality, and equity is also very important, because the water is a right. We have to give water in an equitable quantity and in a good quality to all sectors of the society, marginalized communities. And of course, as far as Kerala is concerned, the change in water use and land use pattern is very dynamic. Fragile ecosystems, river management, environmental issues. You can see the sub headings also given in this slide. These all are the threats and challenges we are facing. Of course, the last two are actually opportunities. Agriculture, we can go for irrigation scheduling, precision farming, micro irrigation systems. We can use artificial intelligence, machine learning, hierarchical systems, IoTs, cloud systems, and how best we can modernize our irrigation system so that we can reduce the demand. As I told earlier, if you divert 100 liters from its source, the water which is reaching to the root zone of the plant is only 35 or 40 liters. 60 liters or 65 liters is getting lost during the conveyance, during the distribution by means of evaporation, seepage, or many other processes. And climate change is affecting all walks of life. It is not only affecting, directly our rainfall or agriculture or anything like that, but it affects our, our lifestyle, our health systems, our agriculture sector, our fisheries sector. It will affect, even the, the livelihood. Recently I read in Landsat climate report 2023, they told that in the last year 500 million labor hours were lost because of climate change, because heat waves, people cannot go out and work, and the corresponding associated diseases, associated ailments, health issues. And the globe is now thinking about one health approach. The health of human being is connected to health of other living organisms, other animals, other birds, fishes, and everything is connected. And it is very much connected to the climate change as well. So that nowadays people are linking, everything to the climate change and trying to find out the solutions. And as far as Kerala is concerned, in Bharatapuzha is our biggest river, and we studied in Bharatapuzha Basin. And the Bharatapuzha Basin, you can see 65% of the basin area in Bharatapuzha is affected by drought-related issues. Drought-related issues, and we cannot blame directly climate change for all of these things, because you can see the the map of Bharatapuzha River Basin from 92 to 2019, and the yellow area is basically paddy area, green is plantations, and red is built up area. And you can see how the yellow is changing to blue, green, and green to red. So that this is basically anthropogenic reasons. It's the reasons because of me and you. So that we cannot blame everything on the climate change. Rather, we have to also think towards how to change our way of doing the things. The climate change is attributed to all the things. There's a drought in Bharatapuzha Basin is attributed to all these four things: increase in water demand, land use changes, human interventions, anthropogenic reasons, which I was explaining just now, and more importantly, absence of local measures that might build resilience. That is very important. We should know about the local climate. We should know about the microclimate. The climate is lot of, as far as climate is concerned, lot of variations these days. In the same panchayat, one side there will be 10 centimeter rainfall, on the other side there will not be no rain at all. So that lot of variations on the climate. And that's why we are now looking towards microclimatic stations in each panchayat, each village, so that we will get data about the climate in the micro level. And this data will be useful for developing prediction systems in the future. Now we are developing the early warning and prediction system based on our earlier data. But earlier data, what is the issue? The data is not very comprehensive, not continuous, and many times there are a lot of mistake, discontinuity, and many other things. And we don't have reliable data beyond maybe 20 years. Before that, we don't have reliable data. And if we use this non-reliable, non-continuous data of all last 50 years or even 100 years, the corresponding prediction systems may not be that much precise and accurate. That's why now we have to generate data on a micro scale, as much as data, as huge as possible, and we have to store it in a better database management system. And this data we have to pass on to our next generation, so that they will develop a better prediction and early warning system based on this database. And as far as river is concerned, as far as water is concerned, we have different perspectives. We have perspective of demand and supply, which we discussed already. But apart from that, another one is water quantity and quality. A few years before, we were speaking more about the quantity. We don't have much problem with the quality. But these days, last 1 or 2 decades, we are actually focusing a bit more on the quality as well. Water quantity is important. We have to store water, we have to harvest water, we have to use water. But as far as Kerala is concerned, we have water in many places, but the water is not of good quality. that cannot be used for drinking or domestic purposes. Even for irrigation, there are some standards. Many places the water is not meeting even the irrigation water quality standards. So that quality is another major issue, and our population density may be another issue, because of this, the bacterial contamination is more in even our well waters. And another issue is deficit and excess. In Kerala, the same special area, deficit and excess may happen different times in the same calendar year. So that we have to develop weather forecasting and nowcasting system is also very important, because now we are basically depending on satellite imageries and wind directions, wind speed, and everything to have this weather forecasting systems. uh, but many times it may not be that much accurate because of the precisions and all. But now better systems have come, better precise satellite imageries are coming in. We have bigger workstations, so a lot of data can be processed at a single time. So the better systems are coming in the future. And nowcasting, maybe another a few hours before we can tell with a more accurate way how the climate is going to behave. uh, and like I told earlier, to develop all these things, we need a database. We should have better database. We should have of course, we should have earlier, rainfall and flow patterns and everything, all the data we require, as well as we require better, satellite and other information on a real-time basis. Then again, landslide mapping and prediction, as far as Kerala is concerned, very important, because many places landslide is a big issue. And recently we got a project from DST to develop a AI based landslide prediction system, and we are working with the support of NIT Surathkal, so that if at least a few minutes before, if you get an information that a landslide may occur in a particular place, we can at least save the lives. So that we are actually looking for that immediately. That means we have to actually communicate to the the disaster management, revenue officials, and the public. That means there should be a chance of a disaster, so that they can do the evacuation and other relief measures. And groundwater recharge, rainwater harvesting, eco disaster risk reduction management techniques, coastal reservoirs, coastal management, precision farming, micro irrigation, grey water recycling, irrigation scheduling, water budgeting, all these things actually different, all the different innovative interventions which we can take up for water management. And water, energy, greenhouse gases, everything work in a nexus. And when we think about water management, 6 areas are very important. One is supply sector, demand sector, water governance and policy, capacity building, disaster management, and climate resilience. And Water budgeting is a new scheme the government of Kerala has introduced last year, and we are the technical partner. Harita Kerala Mission is actually under Navakerala Mission, Navakerala Karma Padhati. They are doing this mega project. Under this project, a water budget will be prepared in all local bodies in Kerala, all 1,000 odd Grama Panchayats in Kerala. Here, what we are doing, we are finding out what is the total supply of water, total availability of water in that micro area. Maybe a panchayat have an area of 1,000 hectares. What is the total supply of water in that area by means of rainfall, surface water, groundwater, and import from other places by means of canal irrigation or canal water? How much water is coming in? How much water is going out from our panchayat area or our micro area? What is the supply, total supply we will calculate. The same time, on the other hand, what is the demand? What is the total demand of water for domestic sector, for drinking water purposes, or our domestic purposes, agriculture purposes? How much area under paddy, how much area under coconut, how much area under other vegetables? Accordingly, we can calculate what is the total water requirement. And similarly, what is the water requirement for industrial purposes, fishery purposes, tourism, and so that this demand and supply we will calculate on the perspective of climate change as well. And we will actually different scenarios we will uh, uh, look for this exercise, because in English there is a saying which cannot be measured, cannot be controlled. Here we are measuring what is our supply, what is our demand. Accordingly, we are making a document, and this document will be a base document for further planning in that particular local body. And our Honorable Chief Minister has released the first copy of water budget last August. And we in our institute, we recently released status of water in the state. We are at the Rivers and Rains 2022 Kerala. So that every year now we are going to release this publication so that the people can get an information, a ready reckoner about the availability of water in the state, region wise, the time wise. So this will be very helpful for especially for the local allocate their resources in the primary sector. And a few things I will speak in next 10 minutes, so that how the climate change is affecting our agriculture. I discussed in the previous slide, but what we can do. So we have to look towards the climate smart agriculture, how our agriculture can be made better, it can be made smarter to combat the climate change. We know the climate change has to combat climate change, to approach climate change. We have two approaches, right? One is climate mitigation, another is climate resilience. Climate mitigation is actually how we can reduce the impact of climate change. That's why we are thinking about reduction of emissions, more sequestration, more climate neutral strategies and all these things. EVs, electric vehicles, renewable systems, pollution management systems and all. But on the other hand, equally important is climate resilience. How we can change our lifestyle, change our cropping pattern, change our crop varieties based on the change in climate. That is also very important. So that this climate smart agriculture is part of the climate resilience. So one of the important climate smart agricultural practice is precision farming. It is coming in a big way in different parts of our country. Precision farming, we are using the satellite images, hyperspectral images, the sensors, and of course the data which is already available. I have two examples. Both the examples I am directly involved. In the first example, GramWorks. GramWorks actually, it is it's a startup company established 5 years back by a person called Gopalakrishna. He's an NRI. He came back from US and he wanted to start a initiative here in India, basically to support the farmers. So we had a lot of discussion. I was at Hyderabad that time. I was a faculty at the National Academy of Agriculture Research Management. And finally, we decided to develop a irrigation scheduling system, so that if you subscribe his system, you can download his mobile app, and same time his team will come and establish a AWS in your farm. AWS means automatic weather stations, and This automatic weather station will give you the information about the climate, especially the radiations, wind speed, temperature, rainfall, and all these things. And all this information he will put into an equation, and he will find out the evapotranspiration. Evapotranspiration is the water requirement of a crop. The water a crop loses to the atmosphere by means of evaporation and transpiration is the actual water requirement of the crop. So that he will find out the water requirement, and he will also find out the soil moisture status at a particular time, and everything he will put into a single algorithm. And by means of this, we can find out what is the exact amount of water a particular crop requires at a particular soil at a particular time. And by means of technology, we can save water up to an extent of 30 to 40%. And now he started this company with less than 5 subscribers. Now he has 1000 plus subscribers, and he tells that most of his subscribers are doing secondary agriculture because they may be in job in electronic city in Bangalore or high tech city in Hyderabad, but they will be operating their secondary agriculture, their farm in Shamshabad or in Doddaballapur, and everything is on their fingertips. Only one caretaker may be required in their field. So that the agriculture is changing across India, and more area are coming under micro irrigation, precision farming. So the water requirement is less. We have to optimize our inputs. Whatever the inputs we are giving to the field should be optimized, whether it is water, whether it is fertilizer, whether it is insecticide or pesticide, it should be optimized. And it should be actually based on a small grid basis only, because we cannot actually recommend the same quantity for the entire 1 hectare land. We have to divide it into small grids, and we have to find out what is the exact requirement, and accordingly we have to supply. On the other side, you can see another mobile application developed by my friend Taranjit Singh Brahma, and he is from Mohali, Haryana, and he developed a mobile app so that if you take his mobile app and go to the field and enable lat launch, it will fetch the NPK status, because already water health card has been given to all the lands in India, and it will also fetch the it will also get the hyperspectral images, satellite images, so that by analyzing these two, the farmer can understand which area of his plant is actually showing deficiency in nutrients, or where pest attack is there, where insect attack is there. Accordingly, he can do the remedial action, and drone and everything can be supplied. So the latest technology is coming to agriculture as well. If you go to California, you can see Open ET. The people will go, that means farmers, every day morning, they can look towards this website. It's an open source website. You can see this is your farm, and you can see the color. If color is this, accordingly you can see what is the evapotranspiration and the required water requirement. Accordingly, you can irrigate it. So that exactly need-based water only will be given to the field. So that we have to change the way we irrigate, where we look towards the farm, how we give the inputs. Randomly, we should not give the input. Actually, we should have a base. We should have scientific evidences for giving the input, so that we can have a lot of saving in the input cost. And again, we can use NDVI is normalized difference vegetative index. It is also a satellite based index we developed. Based on this index, we can find out what is the severity of drought. This from Wayanad district. You can see from 2007 to 2016 how more areas is coming under yellow and red. That means the severity of drought is going up even in a district like Wayanad. And we also working on this. We recently developed a decision support system for nutrient and water management. Another water cat, water citizen assessment tool. It is another mobile app, so that this is basically we are engaging the student community. We are giving this mobile app to them. We also give a pocket water quality testing device to them, so that this student community is going, especially in Calicut. You can see we have a big canal called Canali Canal, but many places in this canal is actually having a lot of pollutions. Hotspots areas were demarcated, and this student community will go to each places, find out the water quality instantaneously, and they will actually upload it into the mobile app, so that so that the mayor or the policy makers, decision makers, they can see the status of the Calicut corporation, that means and the water boards in Calicut corporation, the pollution levels, and immediately take the remedial actions. So these type of things we have to think how the modern technology can be married to the traditional technology, so that better management of resources is possible. Recently, and come back, and he will find out how much depth the water is. And we tested this software in 450 borewells in 3-4 districts in Kerala. We found out that it is 97% accurate. So that this type of simple technology, but usable technologies, useful technologies are actually coming up, and we have to also think about developing these type of technologies. And rainwater harvesting, we are speaking about it for last more than 1 decade in a very serious way. Especially in Kerala, we have a lot of rainfall. 100 square meter roof water will fetch around 3 lakhs liters of water. 3 meters rainfall we are getting in Kerala, 3,000 millimeters of rainfall, and in a 100 square meter roof area, we are getting 3 lakhs liters of water. Out of 3 lakhs liters of water, we have to store only maximum 20,000 liters, because we are suffering with the water scarcity maximum 100 days and in a year, maybe from February or March to another 3 months. So that maximum per person, if you need 50 liters per day, a family of 4 requires 200 liters. So that for 100 days, 20,000 liters. That you can have a water harvesting tank, and the water from the roof can be harvested by means of a filter. My point is that after filtration, after storing this 20,000 liters of water, remaining 2.8 liters of water is simply going waste. Why don't we why don't we divert this water directly to the wells? Kerala is the place where we have maximum number of open wells in the world, so that we can divert this water to the wells. You can see in different places. In Thrissur, they have a scheme called Marapolima. The water from the roof is harvested in a tank. Remaining water is directly going to the wells. It is filtered water, so that we can directly recharge to the wells. Different places, Sri Lanka, Nepal, different places, rainwater harvesting is practiced. And for irrigation, less practicing in small amount is not okay. We have to actually harvest in a bigger quantity, in a larger quantity, so that we have to go for this lined ponds. So that we are practicing is actually these all we have done. This is from Kasaragod, 5 lakhs liters. This is in Kanjangad, around 17 lakhs liters. This is in Todupuzha, 20 lakhs liters. This is in in Goa. It is not done by us, but the photo is taken by me. It is 2 crores liters. This is from northeast. So that different places rainwater harvesting is practiced for drinking water as well as irrigation purposes. And again, groundwater recharge also important. Different interventions are there, but the technology, the agronomical or structural measure which we are using for groundwater recharge, soil and water conservation, it should be designed and planned based on many parameters, based on the slope, based on the rainfall, based on the agricultural practices, and so many other things. Especially slope and topography is very important. And we have to also look towards the community water management system. The community around us, they are actually managing water in a better way for many years traditionally. So that, for example, this is from Kasaragod district. 24/7 water is coming out. These are horizontal wells. They're called surangam. So that from these surangams, horizontal tunnels, water is coming out 24/7. 1 or 2 families are using this water. Remaining water is going down. So why don't you use this water and harvest this water, store this water in abandoned quarries, maybe laterite quarries or granite quarries, or construct a dike and harvest this water. This water can be used. It will also promote the groundwater recharge. Same again in Kasaragod, you can see near South Canara district. They are constructing check dams every year across Yetadka River. That is a river, a small river in Kasaragod district. Basically, Arakanat farmers. Here the uniqueness is that there is no financial incentive from any of the agencies, any panchayat or any departments. They are spending focus from their money from their pocket, and they are constructing this. They normally construct by the end of October or November, and they before the onset of monsoon, they remove the building materials and keep on the next agricultural field, and they will do this process again. So this process is continuing for last many years, and this water they are using it for irrigation, and they have their own spillover mechanism so that e-flow is maintained. And again, many places this type of, actually this also Loktak in Imphal. Actually, I worked in Northeast for some time. Imphal is a beautiful place, but it is in the news for wrong reasons these days. There's a big tank called Imphal Lake. This Loktak Lake. It is 270 square kilometer, 27,000 hectare area spread, water spread area. But this area, if you go in flight a few years back, you cannot see any blue area. It's full green, because in the Northeast you can see a typical type of a particular type of cultivation. They call shifting cultivation. Water from, they remove the trees and they start cultivating, and the entire soil and all the fertilizers will come and join in the lakes, and slowly floating masses, floating islets were formed, and fishermen community started staying over there. Finally, it's a Ramsar site. We have to keep it as a freshwater open water body, open lake. That's why what we have done, we went to the cookies villages in the catchment area. We told them, you don't go for the shifting cultivation. You conserve the soil and water in the source itself. You go for the check dams. You go for the siltation tank. You go for the contour bunds, filter strips. That way this way we actually managed the inflow of silt deposition to the lakes, and slowly this lake is recovered. You can see from 89 to 2002 how the lakes have been recovered. Similarly, now the work is going on Mysore. There is a bird sanctuary, Rengantittu, and you can see all these birds are actually in small islands in the lake. And actually it's actually not a lake. It's actually on the upstream of a river, the Kaveri River. But because of the wave action, we have, when the KRS reservoir is opened, because of the wave action, this there are a lot of bank erosion in the islets. So that what they have done, they have put the plastic bags and supported it. But the problem is, after 1 or 2 years, the plastic got disintegrated. All the microplastics went to the water. The birds and the crocodiles started drinking this water, and a lot of issues, lot of death of birds and crocodiles even. So now we came out with a sustainable technology. We used coir and jute geotextiles, and after that we actually cultivated grass above this, so that the banks are stabilized. This work is going on. So many wastewater and your groundwater recharge, many, and wetlands also very important. As far as Kerala is concerned, we have 3 Ramsar sites: Vemanad, Shastangota, and Ashtamudi. Apart from that, we have more than 400 small and big wetlands. 30% of Kerala's population is connected to wetlands, and management of the wetland is these days much polluted. Lot of issues, livelihood issues, pollution issues. So that management of wetlands are also very, very important as far as Kerala is concerned. So that we can think about better filtration systems, for roof water harvesting and stormwater harvesting. For recharge also, we developed a filtration system. It is a dual flow filter. First it will flow horizontally, then vertically down. It includes geofibers. It includes live filters. It includes filtration materials like anthracite, granite, and the sand. And we got an award from one American agency for this. So that if you basically it's for recharge filter. If you go to Tamil Nadu or adjacent state, you can see a lot of bore wells. It is not production wells, rather giving back water to the aquifers, so that groundwater recharge well, this type of, because if you allow the entire water to go directly to the aquifer, it will also get contaminated. So that we should have these type of filters before that. And I think I exceeded my time. I will finish in 2 minutes. So that the climate resilience is important. What we can do, we can go for changing our lifestyle, our crop cultivations, crop calendar, based on the change in the climate. The same time, real-time prediction systems and forecasting systems we have to develop. Disaster management, lot of things, lot of opportunities, lot of options we have. But same time, we have a lot of threat as well as we have a lot of the future will be very very challenging. But same time, we have to develop better mitigation and resilient systems. In our institute, we started a center of excellence on water-related climate disasters in Kerala, and we are working on developing flood early warning systems. And we are also working with LSGDs for developing, carbon mapping to map the carbon emission in Panchayat. For Katakada Legislative Assembly constituency, we have done this carbon mapping, different sectors, what is the emission and what is the sequestration potential, and what are the interventions we can do. For example, in one Panchayat, if Malankiri Panchayat, maximum emission is coming from transportation, the MLA is giving, actually, he has taken some initiative to give electric vehicles, to give cycles to the students. If emission is from the energy sector, special incentives are given for the roof solar project. And same time, they are also looking towards the sinks, to increase the sinks, more water bodies, Miyawaki forest, and so many other interventions are actually taken care of. And finally, I will finish with by reading these 11 points as far as the India's future is concerned, as far as carbon emission, climate change, and water management is concerned. One is, we should have a policy. We should have a state water policy for micro irrigation and water management. We should have a water policy for each states, and we have to also look for reduction in water footprint, high water use efficiency, increase in water productivity, cleaner systems, energy savings, renewable energy sources, and local level weather monitoring systems, river basin management authority, because river is subjected to different players. All players have got a different conflicting interest. So we should have an authority for that, and we should have real-time disaster management and coastal zone, wetland management systems, carbon crediting, emission controlling systems, net zero systems, early understanding and potential regulatory risk exposure. In future, diesel vehicles, many places it is in Delhi and all, we cannot have diesel vehicles, and many places, filaments are actually now banned, filament bulbs. So these type of, how, as far as the climate is concerned, many restrictions are going to come in future to reduce the emissions, so that we have to be careful, and we should have an understanding about that thing. And again, public transparency, voluntary reporting, and especially engaging the community is very important. Water budgeting, allocation, governance, and especially SDGs. This is a last slide. The Katta, the check dams in Yatharika River, I have shown in one of the previous slides. That photo I took in 1998. And this photo came in 2021 Indian Express. What is the meaning? 25 years. The community is harvesting the water by their own effort, by their own funds, and this process is continuing. They are harvesting water in a big way, and it is actually helping them for irrigation as well as for groundwater recharge. And on left side, you can see in Meenachal River is a river in Kerala which is affected by this climate change in a big way. Every year there is some flood related issues. So the community came together. They installed weather station, they installed rain gauges, they installed staff gauges to find out the depth of water in the river, and they monitor regularly on real-time basis. And our scientific community also supporting them, so that if there is a rainfall on the eastern side, immediately they will get the data will be analyzed, and the information will be passed to the the people in the downstream side, so that water is coming, the rainfall happened in the northeastern side, water is coming, you should be careful. The people in Pala, Charpungal, or even Kottayam, or even Kuttanad area can be careful, because within another few hours water is going to reach there. So that community engaged the water management. They have a agency called MRRI, Meenachal River and Rain Monitoring Agency. The people are, the custodians are the common public. So that this type of community engaged climate management system has to become in the future, so that we can manage climate in a better way, so that our losses to the our property and lives can be reduced, and at the same time we can increase agriculture production, we can optimize agriculture production by using better irrigation scheduling technologies. Thank you very much. You can ask questions if any. no questions, can we wind up?
Yes, sir. So can we wind up?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
I invite Ms. Merin Elsa Verghis, first year B.Ed student, Peak Memorial Training College, to deliver the vote of thanks for Dr. Manoj P. Samuel, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. We had an insightful thematic session by our esteemed guest, Dr. Manoj P. Samuel, sir, on behalf of International Conference on Education 5.0, organized by Peak Memorial Training College, Mavelikara, and Council for Teacher Education Foundation, Kerala, in collaboration with Council for Educational Administration and Management. I extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Manoj P. Samuel, sir, Executive Director, Center for Water Resource Development and Management, Kozhikode. Dr. Manoj P. Samuel, sir, has graced us with his presence online and delivered a compelling presentation as part of Professor Verghis Chandy Memorial Lecture Series 5. Sir, your insights and depth of knowledge shared in today's presentation on sustainable water management and climate-smart agriculture for livelihood and food security have left an indelible mark on all those present. We are truly grateful for the time and effort you have invested in making this thematic session a success. We are truly honored to have had the privilege of hearing from you, sir. Once again, thank you, Dr. Manoj Samuel, sir, for being a guiding light, and we look forward to the possibility of welcoming you again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's wind up the forenoon section of the first day of International Conference Education 5.0. Thank you all for your patient listening. Thank you, sir.